Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's session. My name is Danny, and I'm the event planner for the New York Reactor Space. Before we start, I have a few things to go over. Please take a moment to read our code of conduct. We seek to provide a respectful environment for both our audience and presenters. We encourage engagement in the chat, but please be mindful of your commentary, remain professional, and on topic. Useful links will be shared in the chat. The session is recorded and will be available on demand 24 to 48 hours on the Microsoft Reactor YouTube channel. Which brings us to today's session. It'll run for approximately 1 hour with time for questions throughout. I will now turn it over to our speaker for introductions.
All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Microsoft Reactor. You can see myself and my co-hosts here. We are the Microsoft Security Insights show. For those that aren't familiar with who we are, we're going to go around the horn here, our little Brady Bunch squares, and introduce ourselves. But I do want to talk about really quick before we have our guest on what this show or what this show today is all about. This is our third annual for the Microsoft Security Insights show. This is our third annual celebration of Women in Cybersecurity Month, and we thought, hey, this year let's make it a little bigger. Let's have our blowout finale on Microsoft Reactor, the Microsoft Security Insights show. We actually run this show every Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern. It's a live show, live video where our audience participates and asks our guests questions. Guests all the way from our senior product managers at Microsoft to our partners. In fact, in April, for those that might be interested, in May, we have a couple different theme months. In April, we have what's called Tech Heavy Month coming up that you can all join. And that's where we have like demo after demo after demo. We have a lot of technical people on to talk about the things and solutions they've created. In May, we have Partner Month, where this year we will be focusing on Agentic AI, or in better terms, agents for Microsoft Security Copilot, because Microsoft Security Insights show is a security show. If you can't join live, that's okay too, because you can find us on any and all of the podcast networks. So right after the show, it's available to find us. We have a pretty large audience. We would invite you to join us every Monday at 5 p.m. I am Rod Trent, I just changed roles, the senior product manager at Microsoft, where I focus on security and AI and all kinds of weird security things. I'm going to pass it to, how do I do this? I'm going to pass it to Edward. Edward,
Sure.
would you like to introduce yourself? What do you do at Microsoft?
Good afternoon. For those who have not listened to the show before, my name is Edward Walton. I am a global black belt with a focus on security Copilot, Sentinel, and securing AI. And with that, I'll pass it down to Ray.
Oh, yeah, we can do that. One's easy.
Awesome. I love that. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ray Wolfram. I'm a senior product manager also within Microsoft, and I'm on the Defender Experts team, which is our first party MXDR offering.
Awesome.
Good to be here.
Yeah. And you might notice throughout the day, so this is our show is a very conversational, very laid back, relaxed setting. And we love that. We hack on each other quite a bit. You may notice that throughout the day. Actually, it's me hacking on everybody else. So it's not that I'm mean. It's just that I can't do anything serious. So you'll find that out throughout the day as well. So this is our the third year that we have done this Women in Cybersecurity Month. We have just finished up. How many shows do we have this month already? Like six shows. Yeah. You can always go back to our YouTube channel or our website at microsoftsecurityinsights.com and find our previous shows. We've had some amazing women on this month and all throughout these 3 years that we've been doing this, and they're all still super applicable. A lot of times, you have a podcast or you have a show and you go back to old episodes, you're like, if it's technical, those things have evolved to the point where they don't even matter anymore. But these theme shows, these Women in Cybersecurity, this Women in Cybersecurity Month, it's always applicable and always valuable. I've gone back and listened to some of those even more recently when we had people on like Vasu and Ann Johnson and things like that. So this is something that's been, I think, to all of us very important and something that we have attempted over the last 3 years to make evangelize and at least make it highlighted to the point where we think it's super important. Everybody should understand exactly this gap that we have in cybersecurity in the industry. Welcome, Brody. Brody's on mute, but
good morning,
Brody. We've already gone around the little squares to introduce ourselves. Would you like to introduce yourself real quick?
Thanks, Rod. Good morning, everybody. Brody Castle with Microsoft, EAG Security Industry Solutions. I'm a consultant and architect in the security space, identity, security operations, data protection, AI, Azure infrastructure.
You should probably start with the list of things you don't do, because that would save us time.
I don't know.
He's still asleep. He's mad at me. Look at him. He's already
very early for Brody to our guest. Very early.
I'm just trying to keep it down because baby girl's got a good sleep going, and she's had a couple rough nights. So I'm just trying to keep it real low.
We'll understand. We'll ask our first guest to keep her voice low as well. So yeah,
all good.
But yeah, this is an important month for us. And again, we wanted to use Microsoft Reactor this year to reach an even larger audience about this thing that we're trying to evangelize. We've had some on the show over the past 3 years. We've had some very high profile people at Microsoft and other places to come and talk about their experiences being women in cybersecurity and in IT in general. It's been interesting to find not everybody started. Imagine this. Not everybody actually started in cybersecurity. People started in other professions and pivoted to cybersecurity. And I couldn't think of anyone better to literally start out our show, this event for today, than someone I think is probably one of the more high profile body recognized in that Donna Sarkar. She's going to be our first guest, and she actually has a presentation today, and then we're going to discuss that and her experiences within the IT industry here right after. So I want to invite Donna Sarkar to go ahead and come on and get started. I know she has a lot of things to do today as well, so we'll get her on just as soon as possible. So thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining, letting me crash your show. By the way, I've seen this show before, and y'all are troublemakers. All of you are troublemakers.
Exactly.
I like that you start.
Come on.
I like how you harass each other. That makes me happy.
Can we harass you? Is that okay?
Yes,
Is that
you
loud?
Definitely
HR approved. HR approved harassment.
Okay, hassle. Let's use the word hassle.
Okay, so the first thing I want to say is, Donna, your mic's terrible.
Is it? No, I think it's my voice. I think my voice is terrible. It's different.
It's a little tinny, and I know that you have a beautifully mellifluous voice. I know that you are known for your projection, so it's probably
That's a good word, Ray. That's a good word. Sorry, Donna. I just wanted to go right out there and just throw that out there.
Those Canadians.
I appreciate you. Oh, I know why.
It sounds like you're on the wrong mic, I bet. Yeah.
Yep. Hang on.
How's that?
Sounds way better.
Way better.
Sounds way better.
Wow.
This way better.
Donna, you sound amazing.
You're like next door.
You like that? We harassed and debugged a thing in 1 second.
Hassle too. There was some
hassle. Okay, so I have a million things to tell all of you, also your audience, but I'm just going to show you a little bit of things, and then we're going to have a fun conversation. So I'm going to share a set of slides and PDFs. I'm sure you're not supposed to share your screen the way I'm doing right now, so everyone can just imagine I'm not for a second.
We have a minimum 100 slide requirement. I hope you.
Okay, the good news is I have much more than that. Congratulations.
That's right. I thought I was in therapy at first. I'm going to show you a couple of things. You're going to correct your reaction.
Yeah. Don't challenge Donna for slides.
And believe you me, we're gonna have shenanigans. We are. Okay. Is that seeable by all of you?
Dan, you should probably, our producer, you should probably push that too. Yes. Very good. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yes. My ad.
Okay. All right. So can you all hear me okay? Will someone chime in and just let me know? Okay, perfect. All right. So first of all, I had intense imposter syndrome coming into the security space from a very traditional dev space. And over the last, let's say, week, I've kind of gotten over it because of, a little situation in the US right now where it's not the specific activity. It's more about the lesson in be very careful about where you discuss confidential information. Signal, WhatsApp, whatever, it does not actually matter. But there's certain places that you should discuss certain things. But more importantly, you should be aware of who's in the group. And I just thought this series of tweets were amazing. And I like to share them with people because it is only war plans if they're from the war plan region of France. Otherwise, just sparkling, private knowledge. So one of the things that I've learned recently is that when we're talking about cybersecurity, a big topic that's driving the conversation is, of course, AI and agents. And that is the space I work in as my primary thing. With cybersecurity as a thing I'm learning about a lot in real time, because it turns out security is probably the most important part of agents and AI adoption. So when I get into a conversation with a group of customers or even my fellow employees, I ask them a question, which is, what is your bought-in factor of AI? And the scale, bottom to top, is level 1 is, I'm like, it's hype. I don't think AI is really going to do anything different. I'm just going to hang out and just wait for this hype phase to pass. Okay, that's first level. Second level is, I'm not sure AI is going to change my business or my job, but I'm curious enough to follow along and watch the train wreck happen. So that's level 2, train wreck. Third one is, AI is going to change my business probably, but I want to wait and see what's going to happen and see what that guy does. Okay. Fourth one, AI is going to change my business. I'm not sure how. I'm quietly going to do experiments over here and try not to get fired and see which one of them sticks. So once it works, I'm going to act like it worked. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to act like that never happened. And then there's level 5, which is, I am all in, ready to lead, do the thing. Now, what's been very interesting is watching people go up these levels a little bit more every single month. So complete and utter non-believers 3 years ago are starting to be at level 3, 4 now. No, not everyone's at level 5, to be clear. A lot of people are still saying, sure, AI will change my business, but I don't know what to do about it. So I myself have gone from level 1 to level 5 over the last 3 years, and it has been an eye-opening journey. So what does that look like? So first of all, we need to make fun of AI a little bit, okay? Because all of the things that people say make me crazy, because most of the myth and folklore out there about AI is exactly that. It's myth and a lot of folklore. My latest thing that I'm mad about is vibe coding, okay? Vibe coding. And first of all, the concept was created by Andrej Karpathy, who is one of the co-founders of OpenAI. He was part of inventing generative AI. This man is an actual genius. And he said, maybe a month and 2 months ago, said, I love this concept of vibe coding, where you just instruct AI what to do, you instruct bug fixing, and it does it for you. And he meant it kind of this is a great way to get going on prototypes, a good way for experts to try things. So of course we take it all very, very literally, everybody in the tech industry. And then everybody starts vibe coding. People who've never coded in their lives start vibe coding and pushing things to prod without any sort of, guardrail, security, testing, validation, etc. Now, all of you security people are saying, yes, but this is also a very good lesson in messing around and finding out. We're at the find out portion. So for example, you don't want to leak your database credentials to the client. All of you are saying, no, why would you do that? Mm-hmm. Putting your environment and variables into the code directly, having your safety and security keys in code. Don't do that. But this is what people do, and they do it all the time. So here we go again, right? So let's talk about a case study of this guy named Leo, who I've been watching for a few weeks now. On March 15th, which was 2 weeks ago, he says, hi, I built a SaaS, okay, in Cursor. All it does is scrape creds on websites and does something with it. It's fine. And he says, AI is not an assistant. It's also the builder. Now you can go out there and build something without having any tech knowledge. Now, that's been true for a long time. If any of you have been in the low-code space, you know that we sold that dream in low-code space as well. But turns out, March 17, 2 days later, Leo says, guys, I have 99 problems and all of them are AI. Okay, so what's happened here? He started sharing how he's built a SaaS using Cursor, but random things are happening. maxed out usage on API keys. Who would have thought if you publicize your API key? People bypassing the subscription. They're creating random things in the database. They are, he didn't check basic things like, token rates or usage rates. So he's saying, I'm not technical, so it's taking longer to fix this. So now he's doing vibe fixing and just band-aiding all of these issues rather than thinking about real good software engineering practices. So March 19th, he quits. And this is the story with everyone. They're saying, Cursor just keeps breaking other parts of my code. You're right. I shouldn't have deployed insecure code to production. Yes, we know that. And I found this to be a funny tragedy, right? Funny because who would have thought? A tragedy also because this is how beginners fall into these traps. And then sometimes they just leave the industry forever because they say, wow, this is a lot harder than I thought. And instead of having support, all of you made it sound really easy. And now it was not easy at all. So I think the first thing we have to do is get rid of this concept that AI is easy. Agents are easy. It's going to make our job easy. No, it's not. There's some parts that it's going to make simpler and some parts that are going to be harder because I, as a developer, spend a lot of time debugging code that I wrote, someone else wrote, rather than just writing new code from scratch. And I know all of you, many of you feel that way as well. So don't worry, it gets dumber though. It gets dumber. So there's of course like people hiring front-end vibe coders. This is a real job posting, which was very alarming, but a little funny. So the big thing is you're going to use frameworks like Cursor, Bolt, etc. And you're going to, what would take a dev 5 to 18 months, you're going to do overnight. And they want a vibe coding, a pro for vibe coding, someone with how many years of experience? Oh, 5 to 15 months of experience with vibe coding, a concept that came out last month. Interesting, cool. But the last line is the key. Comfortable with modern web stacks like JavaScript, Python.
Hey, Donna, real quick.
Yeah.
I don't think your slides are moving. We're still like, I think on slide 1.
You are?
And
okay.
I think you're on slide 5.
Okay, let me get out of this and share what I'm sharing. I wonder, okay, you know what? I think it's because I just shared my window and not my screen.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to refix it. Thank you for chiming in with that.
Yeah.
Because a lot of this is making fun of ridiculous things.
Which I'm a total fan of. But.
Exactly. I'm going to turn off tab audio. I'm going to do entire screen. And let's see if entire screen will work. Okay. So let me try again. Now, Rod, can you see slides?
Yeah. I see March 19th, we quit.
All right, perfect.
And
so
this is dumber. Okay, there you go.
All right, perfect. So this is just, I made fun of vibe coding. But the point is like, this is the Andres vibe coding thing. This is the poor guy deployed to production. Here's poor Leo's adventure. Poor Leo's. You can just look up like Leo on a Twitter. Do not spend as much time on Twitter as me, I implore you. But then we're not done, right? You've got people like Jensen Huang saying coding is dead and English is the language. And these things are just fundamentally not true because you've still got people saying, hey, everyone, this is on Reddit, by the way, the Cursor thread. I just started using Cursor. What does the white dot mean on passwords.csv? These things are alarming for me as a software engineer and a security person. And I know it's alarming for you too, because we're seeing so much just bad practices from people who are entering the industry thinking this is just easy and AI and agents are just going to do this for them, which of course they're not. Because honestly, there's never been a better time to be a software engineer and practice good software engineering and focus on basic things that you all know, like CI/CD pipelines, rate limits, authentication, securing attack surfaces, securing data. All of the things that we've done before AI, we have to continue to do during AI. So people are sick of hearing about AI misinformation because we're just random and weird. We've got a bunch of billionaires fighting about AI, like the Elon Sam Altman fight du jour, where they just snipe at each other about AI and everything. And then the tech industry, we're annoying. We jam copilots and AI and agents into legacy products and try to add value or AI-fy our products. And it really is like putting, a soap dispenser thing into a bar of soap and claiming we're doing AI. We're also very out of touch, where you've got high profile people in the world, investors going out there and saying AI is going to turn all physical monetary objects to cost zero, and then we're all going to live in a utopia where we don't need money. And everyone is confused about how we're going to pay rent, right, in this utopia world. And then, of course, we're claiming the robots are going to watch us while we sleep, which I'm just telling you, no one likes that. No one likes that. So there is good news, though, right? This is me making fun of AI, but education is one of those spaces where AI is actually starting to make a big difference. There was a really nice study recently that showed both in Nigeria and at Ivy League universities, people who use AI are able to accelerate their learning on their own and not get left behind, especially the people who may struggle because they come from some sort of a non-traditional background. And then, of course, a lot of medical professionals are using AI to augment diagnoses, and that's been actually going very well. But again, it's in the hands of specific industries doing specific tasks rather than vibe coding something new that you know nothing about. So that's state of the industry. So what's going on with Copilot and AI at Microsoft? Well, first of all, we're in your business, and we are really intense. Some of you probably have noticed that we've got a Copilot or an AI product for everything. We have 108 plus Copilots, I think. And a lot of the products have got kind of AI generated things going on in the products. And the thing to know is this is still very, very early. We're on year 2.5 at this point. Much of the stuff you're seeing are experimental and in evolution mode. None of them are complete. No one is saying, okay, this AI product is done. Let me rubber stamp and put a bow on it and we're done. Every single Copilot AI is always iterating in real time. And one of the things that I talk to people about is this thing that I call a third rodeo. So what is the third rodeo? A lot of us who've been in the industry for a while, like me and Rod, many of you, remember when we introduced the concept of desktop apps and they connected to the internet one day. This was your Lotus Notes now is able to dial up via modem, that crazy noise. And suddenly you can send and receive emails in Outlook. Suddenly you're able to save things over there. So we went from not being connected to being connected. The next phase was when we went from desktop apps to mobile apps and cloud apps. Now, the first time we went to mobile apps, what we did was we jammed a scroll bar into websites and put them on a phone and acted like they were mobile apps. That was very annoying. All of these apps, you have to scroll up and down. That's kind of where we're at with AI right now. We're jamming on a chatbot and doing AI. But Shazam was one of the first apps on mobile that really took advantage of the power of a phone, which was the microphone, the accelerator, the speaker, etc. And Shazam was so simple. It was made by a dude who was super tired of people asking, what is this song? So it's just hit the big button, get your song, move on. It did one thing, it did it very well, but it was not possible before the mobile app revolution. Right? So we need to hit that point with AI where new apps that we build will call an AI API, but what will that API do? It should be something that was not possible before or was possible, but extremely painfully. Microsoft has been on this journey. We used to have Outlook Desktop, then we had OneNote, which was the first mobile and cloud app by design. And then now we're seeing AI by design apps at Microsoft. The main one is called Project Sophia. And that's like an analytics tool for your enterprise. So one of the things that, of course, you've heard about recently is, okay, cool, Copilot AI. What in the world are agents? Because that sounds way scarier and way less useful and good, especially you let things autonomously run around your data estate, your company estate. So, of course, we as a tech industry, and this is me laughing at Microsoft, but it actually applies to every tech company in the world, who are just taking normal products and jamming an agent into it and saying, okay, this is now an agent. And the good news is most of these things are not exactly agentic. Okay, so let's talk about this journey we've been on with AI over the last 50-ish years. We've been living with predictive AI for a long time. And that was basic things that you've all seen, like legs or hot dog, blueberries or chihuahua, autocomplete, a lot of the face recognition. That's all traditional predictive AI, traditional machine learning. We've had it so long, we forgot it exists. Second thing that's caused this chaos throughout the land was generative AI, of course, ChatGPT, et cetera, and friends. The third era is called agentic AI. That's the new generative AI models, which we call reasoning engines or reasoning models, that have one AI model doing stuff and a second one validating it and fixing it and giving you a better answer at the end. So given that we're agentic AI model, what is an agentic AI model? I call it agentic AI is AI that has gone to therapy. Okay. It can now reason over their answers and fix itself. Now, is that exactly how it works? Ish, right? But that's a good way to explain to people who don't understand the difference between generative AI and agents. Okay, so everyone thinks they're building agents or using agents. In fact, hardly anyone is building agents or using agents. So I'll give you a few examples. The concept of an agent, some sort of a body that does stuff for you with guardrails, has been around a long time. If any of you have bought anything on eBay, even in 2000, we had this concept called eBay agents, where you'd give it guardrails like, hey, I want to buy this Brother sewing machine sitting next to me for $150, and starting price is $150, but go up in $20 increments until it hits 200 and then drop out for me. But the agent would do that for me. And it's been around a long time because you specify the end price, you specify the guardrails. So now a lot of people are saying they're building agents or doing agents. And what they might be doing is one of these 4 activities. Okay. The first one is what I call agentic prompting. This is where you are engaging in some sort of a role play situation with a Copilot or an AI product, and you're saying, you're going to be my coach, simulate a scenario. You give me a scenario, I answer, you grade me on my answer. Just a big prompt, right? Just a super prompt. But it works pretty well to understand how you can work together with AI to solve a problem. Here, I'm saying, help me be a better manager, right? I'm not going to make you sit through this very long thing because, I don't pre-record my videos or I don't speed them up because I want people to see that things do take a while. Here we go. So Copilot has now given me an engineering manager scenario, and then it's going to ask me for a response. How do I handle the situation? And then we move forward with the next one. The next thing someone might be doing is what I call sparkling automation. Okay. It's only agents if it's from the autonomous region of France. Sparkling automation is generative AI with some standard automation on top of it. So it's automation with AI sprinkled on, sparkling on. Now, some examples are, a lot of people are starting to call this agents, like this guy saying, OpenAI launched ChatGPT tasks, and it's basically agents for everyone. I'm like, no, it's really not. This is sparkling automation. So the example is I'm trying to cook more at home. It's not going well, but I scheduled a task to send me a soup recipe every Friday. So every Friday, I'm saying every Friday at 10 a.m., send me a soup recipe, specifics. Please don't make it too hard because I am not going to the kitchen. And now you can just save this as a task. You can kind of mess around with the task over here, and it schedules it for you. And you can, go see your set of tasks, change the time, et cetera, et cetera. So what happens here in this case? Sure as heck, every Friday I get a 15-minute soup recipe, 15 minutes or less, and it launches into just a ChatGPT window. Now, I continue to ignore the soup recipe because, again, I'm not great in the kitchen, but this is what I call just sparkling automation. So they could also be doing what I call RPA, robotic process automation, which is step-by-step activity on a screen. Now, this is OpenAI's operator, but there's a lot of these tools that exist. This I find to be very slow. So I'll say, find me a flight from Seattle to Paris one way on August 29th. And what it's going to do is going to open a tiny little browser and click in it. Now, what I like is the sandbox browser. So it's not messing around in my browser, in my environment, but it does take a very long time. Look how long it's taking. This is not slow internet to bring up Delta Airlines and actually step-by-step bring me flights. So the third thing they could be doing is doing a call to AI that calls other AI, like OpenAI's deep research. I got this $200 a month subscription because I find it pretty interesting that I can get a very detailed report, a plan, a strategy paper, some sort of an artifact that is an intense 25-page in-depth activity. And this is just for fun things too, like plan me the most detailed itinerary in the world in Italy, or tell me a lot about German companies using AI. And some of these things are actually quite good because you give it a prompt, then it asks you a bunch of questions, you have to fill it out. So it's like working with a mini consultant on some of these things. Again, I wouldn't replace people with this. I would more ask people to use this to give me something starter that they refine with actual industry knowledge and information. So doing this over here on the side, you get the list of references and resources, which I think is helpful, because then you can see how legit is the stuff that you're getting. So deep research, pretty interesting. If any of you ever want me to run a deep research query for you, hit me up. I love learning from other people. Okay, so those are all what I call sparkling automation. None of them are autonomous agents operating on their own and doing stuff. And the way I think of an agentic workflow is you set a goal, you take the prompt, right? And that is set as a goal. Second step, you take the goal and make it a plan. The third step, you execute the tasks. Things start to fall apart in step 3, because if one step of the task didn't work, then the results will be wonky, especially you go through the loop. We're going to see a lot more examples of agentic workflows over the next year, many years, because we're just starting to settle on an industry definition for an AI agent. And this definition from Microsoft CTO office is an agent is a large action model, whatever language model powered entity that takes digital or physical inputs and outputs one or more actions to accomplish goals. Now, what is an action? It's more than just a response. It's some sort of a step. So that can be automation, it can be another call, etc. So all of the examples are, AI agents, but they're not autonomous. And that is important to know, that there's a big difference between AI agents and AI autonomous agents. We don't really have autonomous agents yet, and that's okay. So 3 basic activities that agenty things we all see examples of. One is, of course, plan. Take a thing, break it down into tasks. Second one is review. This one generates a thing, this one reviews it. And the third one is tool use. And that is, hey, go to the web and bring me results from this. Hey, go to my automation and go grab this info from the database. So these are the 3 things today that we're doing because we know how to do them. We've already done them before many times. Now we're just using AI to do them better. So as I tell everyone, if you look at the Nokia flip phone example, when phones hit the market, we started with, what was the first mobile phone? You drive up to a payphone and call. Second one, a clunky car phone. Third one, the Nokia flip phone that many of us had. The fourth one is the iPhone, Android, etc. era. So we're very much in the Nokia flip phone era, migrating to the iPhone era, because we're starting to find use cases, but we're not at the point where we can't live without AI for 5 minutes and we use it for every single thing we do. But for agents, we're back in year 1 because it's still clunky. We have yet to find great use cases, and it will only emerge when people like you get involved to define those scenarios, right? Because the cell phone only became useful when devs, IT people, makers actually started saying, you know what this device would be good for? A cash register, a flight pass, a movie pass, a thing to watch TV on, etc. So we've released some design principles from Microsoft as part of this free AI Agents for Beginners course. You can just look up Microsoft AI Agents for Beginners, and it's a 10-part course. It is Python coding, but even if you just read through it, you'll get a much better idea for what agentic future awaits us. So I've written the design guidelines with help from the CTO's office, and they're actually just good engineering practices, and they follow along with the EU AI Act, which, as you all know, is a big deal in the AI space. The first one is transparency, let people know this is an agent. Control, let people be able to modify the agent, what it knows, what it doesn't know. And the third one is be consistent. Don't come up with random new UX that's confusing for people. So there is no one agent to rule them all. I'm just showing you an example of some of the Microsoft ones. There's low code things that you can adopt out of the box. There's low, medium code ones that you can extend using plugins and connectors. There's high code ones that you can build from scratch. So all depending on what you're interested in, I recommend you get hands-on with agents so you understand what they can do and what they really can't do. So next question, of course, how do I get skilled up on AI and agents? And I think the most important thing to do, honestly, is just get hands-on. And one of the things that I encourage people to do for themselves or their customer, if they're working with customers, is choose some job roles and just go through a few things. Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. My workflow, this is what I do with customers when they hit me up and say, Donna, I don't know where to use AI in my work. I'm like, that's cool. I got you. So first, figuring out who is playing. Right? Is it IT, like IT security, IT admin, IT devs? Is it marketing? Is it sales? Is it HR? Like, what is the job roles? And let's find specific activities that people do. Like in HR, you've got recruiting, but also employee management. These are not the same job. So really get specific about the job role people are doing. Then within it, check their bought-in factor. Just like the scale I showed all of you earlier, the bought-in factor is like, is it hype? I'm not sure how it's going to do it, but I'm going to follow along. Third one, I'm going to wait and see what other people are doing. Fourth one, I'm going to try small experiments. Fifth one, no, I'm ready to leave. So for everyone who you're working with, even for yourself, when the bought-in factor is below 4, ask why. And once you understand what people's concerns are, you've now got a to-do list. And as you solve those problems on the to-do list, that is your ROI. So a lot of people say, how do I measure ROI of AI? And I say it's different for every single business, because for some people it might be saving time. For others, it might be, hey, I want my mid-level employees to be doing more senior level work. And for others, it might be, hey, I need to just get skilled up in the space and I know nothing about it. So the bought-in factor plus the solving of the concerns around each step is where your ROI lies. So once you have that, then you really define a workflow. And this is where you have to get nitty gritty. I've written out a developer workflow because that's what I do for a living. But you take just a workflow of your normal job, your job to be done, right? And say, where can I actually use AI to help augment my work? So for me, for a developer, a big job is requirement gathering. We talk to customers, look at the ADO database, customer bugs, etc. So I get the requirements, I find them, and then AI actually organizes them into priority order or whatever it is, with some guidance from me, designing the thing. So I come up with what I'm trying to build, and AI will likely create the first version or brainstorm some ideas. Then I'm going to test and design with the people, rather than letting AI randomly build something that may not work at all. And the third part is building the thing, where I'm going to figure out which product to use, what prompts to use, how am I going to architect this thing, and AI is going to probably do the first version. And then I'm going to go and fix all the bugs. I'm going to vibe code the bugs. And this is where I've realized the most interesting part is being able to fix AI rather than just saying, it did something, I don't know what, let me push to production. And then, of course, good engineering practices that not everyone does, but we should, is you got to test the code, document the code, maintain the code. And AI is a good augmentation engine for all of these spaces. So one of the things that I find very interesting about this is my job itself has not changed, but how I do it and what tools I use, that has changed. Not super dramatically, but enough that I'm noticing differences in my workflow and differences in my energy levels and productivity levels. I'm not saying, AI does 90% of my work. That's just not true. I kind of am doing different work because AI enables me to do those things. Okay, so a lot of people who are scared, I say, adopt something that's not going to touch your data. Like Microsoft Copilot's an example. Choose something enterprise guardrail that doesn't touch your data. And just use it for work-related things. I actually use Microsoft Copilot to find all my tax forms the other day because I have absolutely no idea where they are. I get a million emails saying, your tax forms are here. And then I said, can you find all these 5 tax forms that I need? And it actually came back with all of them, digging through my email, that was cool. That was a use case that I did not work last year. I tried last year, didn't work. And year before, I couldn't even think of it. So what's the word for 2025 upcoming? I have wonderful news for you. And also terrible news. The wonderful news is you're going to be very, very busy. The terrible news is you're going to be very, very, very busy. So the first one is AI guardrails and security is going to be the new hotness this year because people are finally starting to move from my cute little sandbox to actually I want to push this to production. What do I do? We're like, time to call friends, time to call my infrastructure friends, time to call all the people who know how to deploy things. So there's this fascinating McKinsey report that says 65% of orgs have adopted AI in one business processes, but only 33% worked on mitigating cybersecurity risks. But the ones who followed risk management, they were the ones who saw the highest returns because they had the least number of issues. So the people who actually did the work properly saw huge returns. The ones who didn't generally pulled their AI product out and said, nope, too risky, too weird, too unknown, etc. So all of you who do this work, keep leaning into this work. Start adding AI mitigations to the work that you do. Think about all of these new ways that we've got attack surfaces, we've got security issues, we've got authentication issues. And because you're experts in this space, you're able to see things that non-experts are just not going to see. So start thinking with an AI first mindset. How is this different? How is this API call different than an AI API call? Or is it not? So just start thinking from an AI first mindset and document it. What I do is document it, because someone will say, oh, give me 5 cases. I'm like, thank you for asking. Here's my document showing my scenarios, just like that workflow I laid out for you. Those came from me really documenting what I do on a day-to-day, and it helps create real success stories. Second thing, companies are going to start to pay to show up in AI results, right? It's pretty cool to say, hey, what are the top flights to whatever? Delta Airlines is going to pay for that, to get that top spot. And how authentic is that? How legit is that source? Now we've got the search results issue where you're on page 2 before you get a non-sponsored result, right? Third thing, AI is going to represent your personal and company brand. So a lot of people are going to say, hey, what would this company say about X thing? And the AI generated response should be your company brand. That represents your personal brand as well. So it's going to be very interesting to figure out how can we lock down what AI knows about us and what it says about us. And I have absolutely no idea how we're going to do this. But when AI starts representing you in the world or your company, companies are going to say, no, that's not what I wanted to say. But how do we mitigate that? Fourth mode, voice mode. I'm always torn on voice mode. Everyone says I use voice mode. I can't live without it. A lot of older people say this because arthritis. A lot of younger people say this because they say typing, that's insane. No, I just want to talk to my devices. Who knows? I think it will be a thing. I don't think it will be the one and only, because I cannot imagine using an AI product, walking down the street, yelling at my device. I just can't. Privacy of my own home, maybe. And then, of course, for all of you who are into robotics or hardware, embodied AI robotics, it's having a moment, and it's going to. A lot of the companies have started working on their robotics practice, robotics plus security plus AI. There is a moment right there for all of you hardware nerds. This is going to be one of the scariest things that's ever happened to the tech industry. Every single terrifying movie is running in everyone's head over and over again. But I will remind you that being scared of robots is a uniquely Western thing. In Asia, robots have been around helping in restaurants, in homes for 25 years. So we have a lot to learn from some of the Eastern countries, but we also have a lot to learn about ourselves and what we humans are comfortable with robots doing autonomously and what we're not. So obviously there's homework. It's me. I have a show of my own called Copilot Learning Hub that I host with my colleague Rick Klaus, and he is an infrastructure expert. And what we would love for you to do is find your favorite AI or Copilot or Agentic product, come up with a killer scenario prompt, and say, this is my workflow. Here's the prompts and things that I do for it. And I'd love for you to come on and show it to me. It's short, 10-minute episodes. You're on camera, share your screen, share your story. And you get to share with the world your expertise, and we get to learn from you in real time. So thank you, huge thank you to Rod and all of you beautiful people for letting me crash your session this morning. And I think now we're gonna have questions.
Oh, thank you so much, Donna. First off, thank you. Your video is a little screwed up, so we're just gonna. But that's okay. We can still hear you. But
that's insane video. Look at that. I'm a
isn't it cool?
yellow
It's
box.
It's like watching the nasty channels when you're a kid trying to get the little.
No,
what?
I thought it was like artistic expression. It was like a beautiful visual, but okay. This is.
I don't.
There you are. Hey, so thank you so much. I love how you have put all this together, because I think a lot of people have questions. A couple stupid things and one serious thing. Number one, I love your modem noise. If you could ever put that, I'd love it as a ringtone. If you could ever put that together. And secondly, Agentic AI. Why does that remind me of like one of those TV drugs, right? And it's like explosive diarrhea and the inability to control it. You know how they have those little disclaimers. Yeah.
You have some AI examples today, Rod.
But
Rod's killing it.
I love your timeline.
Donna handled that gracefully.
Yeah, but I love your timeline about where we are in this moment with AI. Where do you think security fits in that from a Microsoft perspective? Where does Microsoft fit from a security piece?
security is probably the most important thing about AI. I say as someone not from the security world originally, right? The reason I'm getting into cybersecurity, getting into being the key phrase, is because of AI. I'm saying, okay, this is actually the most important thing because actually writing the code is not hard. It's just not. The code is 15 lines of code, and suddenly I've got a chatbot that does trip planning. What's hard is it supposed to be calling from that API? Is it supposed to be writing to that database? Do I have permissions to do this? So I'll tell you a fascinating conversation I was having with a friend of mine yesterday who does a lot of event planning. And he says, I want an agent that takes all of the events in, some company's database, and it brings me information about them, like who are the top speakers from this, who are the top speakers from that. But he said, but I don't want the entire database accessed. I shouldn't have access to the whole database. I should only have access to the events that I either organized, attended, etc. So what do you do? Can agents help with this? I'm like, yeah, but not easily, because you now need to do a super prompt and say, select star from these tables and these things and give me these results minus those. So suddenly prompting is SQL querying. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go. Right. So a big thing is leaning back into old school engineering practices and saying the way we used to select stuff from tables and database and only have access to this and that, we're going to have to do with AI and agents. And the other thing is, every agent is going to have a different set of permissions and authentication and ability to do something. And when it's passing data from agent 1 to agent 2, who manages that? Like, maybe I don't even have access. Does this agent have access? Do you have write access to this agent? I don't know, but there's so many random security authentication things to even think about.
Yeah.
You don't even know how to start. It's overwhelming to even think about all of the permutations and combinations of drama that we're going to have, especially if you introduce multi-agent situations in an enterprise. And we see it, by the way, because you've got agent 1 over here and agent 2 written by 2 different people. If they follow the same authentication protocol, great. But how often does that happen? Never. So you're going to have a Salesforce agent working with the Microsoft agent, working with the one Donna built in her basement. And somehow they're going to have to work together. No, they're not. So it's going to be so much work on us to do all these things. And none of it has to do with AI. All of it is just engineering. And that is what got me into this space. And Rod, a lot of your posts really helped me. I'm like, oh no, this can be the same problem we didn't solve last time. And now we've jammed AI into it.
Yeah. Security tends to be, well, let's just put it this way. People like to build things. And the scary parts, and nobody wants to think about that until that thing is built. And I think that's it's the same way with generative AI, the same way with agents and everything.
Yeah, same with everything. It's the same as when we built, the first time we built web apps. We're like, cool, that was easy. Scripted that in Python, deployed. And then next thing you know, you didn't think through spoofing. It's just all of the things that we've already been through. Like, oh no. And this just adds another call to another random thing that brings back data and can write to stuff. So everyone's going to do what everyone does, which is have everything be read-write by default, like we do with files.
Yes.
And then now we're like, oh no, we have to roll that back. So it's never been a better time to be in this space.
In terms of doing a deeper dive on the guardrails, how do you feel like that we have a social responsibility to help ensure the best practices, security practices for engineering these agents? And what would that look like? Well, because it's the Jurassic Park problem, right? I know Kat mentioned it a couple episodes ago. It's not that we can, but should we? And if we should, what does that look like?
So I think one of the things that is true is that the industry is going, right? It's happening. It's already happening. Should we or should we not? We're past that question at this point. Like the Raptors are in the park. What are you going to do? We're done with, should this even exist? A lot of people are still like, AI shouldn't exist. I'm like, my friends, that, whatever has left the stable a long time ago. There's no putting the genie back in this bottle, analogy du jour. What we can only do now is come up with guidelines around 3 guardrails that everyone has to do. and then 3 guardrails that you should think about doing. Okay, so for example, when TFA first came out, MFA, multi-factor authentication, people thought it was the most annoying thing in the universe. I was there, by the way, for multi-factor authentication for Windows. When you had to go your first time setting up your Windows device, it'd send a code to the thing, and everyone's like, you're putting so many roadblocks in everyone's way. Now your grandma is not going to be logging to Windows because she has a cell phone to get a code. Like, yeah, but there's an email address. How she? I'm like, I have so many issues with what this conversation was. But people, we had the biggest fight. We used to have the biggest fights, and security friends would come along and say, folks, you don't want to get hacked. They're like, I'm never going to get hacked. MFA is a guardrail I don't need. Okay. And it took how long for MFA to be standard? Now, if you get an app that doesn't have MFA, you're like, this is no good. This is bad news. Like, my banking app doesn't have MFA, you're a bad bank, right? So it took a decade for it to become normalized. And this is going to be like that, where until we get bit, people aren't going to realize the importance, sadly, right? Sadly. So everyone is going to deploy AI. And with the Copilot-y things, it's fine because it's like enterprise guardrails are already built in, fine. Agents doing things autonomously, it's going to be like the great file overwrite issues we've had before, or pulling customer data and shipping it off to the internet. We're going to have those problems. They're going to happen. And then companies in that industry are going to freak out and say, did you hear what happened to that bank? We don't be the WAMU of AI, right? And then we're going to go through this. Then everyone's going to learn their lesson. And then they're going to call all of you. And you're like, hello, I am here to save the day, like I did the last 5 times. So it's going to be the same. We're going to mess this up. It's so important for security professionals to have their toolbox ready to go. Is to say, my specialty is saying, okay, let me see here, just like plumbers and electricians, you got your toolbox and you say, what is the process I go through to ask people, what have you done here? It's which products have you introduced? What permissions have you given all of them? How do they do interoperability between themselves? Who has control over them? So it's asking a set of questions and just having that ready to go. It's diagnosing, right? And once we diagnose, we actually know how to solve most of these problems. Right. It's not like most of them are brand new things, but it's being able to diagnose in AI generation or a generative AI environment what people have done, because people are just ragtag buying and deploying products that they don't understand all of the endpoints and what the permissions are. Yeah.
It's capitalism. People are just flying by the seats of their pants, and security is generally coming in as a reactive aspect. But it sounds like you're a huge proponent for proactive security engagement from the beginning. And,
I am a huge fan. Huge proponent. I say, listen, if you're going to deploy AI, you better call some security professionals yesterday. If you're even thinking about it, have them validate that thing before you go and pay money and buy it.
Yeah.
Because most of these products should come with guardrails. If they don't, if you're a product that's like, I have no guardrails whatsoever, and it allows your employees to have the most freedom, we're like, warning, right? But that's the shtick of some companies. We're like, it's completely
like marketing agencies. They're very promiscuous. They want to be able to look at each other's stuff all the time, right? But that's different from like a public sector government, which is locked down, banking, et cetera, right? So,
like gaming AI is going to be different than education AI. They're not all the same. So I think it's really important to figure out. I'm a huge fan of the niche, right? My specialty is this kind of business. I know everything about this kind of business. I know every law, every regulation. And these highly regulated industries tend to lean in on people they work with before because they've already disclosed a bunch of information they didn't want to. So may as well drag them in for the AI thing. So huge fan.
One of the things about securing it is you sort of said it. It's about containment of access to other repositories of information and or resources. But the biggest thing is we try to make this sound like it's making AI better. But what about securing wrong answers or wrong information disseminated from information because it wants to please? And that needs to be a security vector. That how are we making sure that this particular application's intelligent application is not giving you wrong answers, right? Because think about some decisions are being made on it, or deliberately giving you wrong answers because it now wants to make sure its accuracy level goes up. You think that's something that's going to come into the picture here soon?
So what's interesting is that's probably the first part of what I call trustworthy AI, what we all call trustworthy AI, right? So trustworthy AI from Microsoft was responsible AI. Now it's evolved to trustworthy AI, which is we have 6 of these responsible AI principles. Security is one of them. Privacy is another one of them. And then we've got all of these other things like fairness, giving the same response, doesn't matter your last name, right? We've got inclusivity, which is actually accessibility. Do people with disabilities have access to being able to use your AI product? Then there are things like, how do you think about, geopolitical issues and all of this stuff? Now, what's very, very interesting is this is the fuzziest, most complicated space of AI by far, because who decides what is a good answer? Like the parts of security I like are the binary ones, or the yes or no, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. Yeah. The gray area though is wickedly hard because like 2 examples, right? If you ask AI model that's more air quotes open like Grok, hey, how do I go about building a bomb? It will happily give you step by step by step by step. And that's their brand. They're saying we're no holds barred. We don't gatekeep you. We don't babysit you. You are on your own with what you do with this. They will generate you any image you want. They have 0 issue with that. That says something about the company and the brand, right? We're back to brand. Will a highly regulated industry implement Grok? Probably not. Probably not. Despite its maker, I don't think, highly regulated industries are going to put Grok into their enterprise and let it run free. But then you've got on the other side, you've got Microsoft Copilot, which is set up for enterprise. Everyone's like, how come I get such different answers between ChatGPT and Microsoft Copilot? I'm like, because Copilot's made for the enterprise. That's just what it's for. Sure, even the consumer one, it's still workplace friendly. It's like Bing Safe Search is always on. It's always going to be workplace friendly. You can use the consumer Copilot on your work machine and not be like, what in the hell? And now I'm fired. By design. So a lot of it is looking at this and saying, what is a good answer? What is a bad answer? What is a blatantly wrong answer? So there are people, red teamers, as you know, a term we stole from security, now applied it to AI, acting like it was there all along. Companies are hiring red teamers, automated red teaming, which is something, of course, as you all know, we do at Microsoft. There's a humongous red teaming team who look at, of course, the security aspect, but also the correctness aspect. And saying, when we say, show me a picture of someone with a disability, are we covering people in wheelchairs, people with canes, neurodivergent, et cetera, et cetera? So in terms of correctness of answers, it's so in the eye of the beholder, but we have to do as broad of a job as possible, all depending on the goals of the company. The thing I tell people is lean into the sources. Like, where are you getting this information from? So the more transparent you are in why you're getting this answer, the more it'll make sense. Because a lot of people say, how come I'm getting RI checked? And I'm like, I think we need to be more clear. We're like, you got blocked on this query because of this reason.
Yeah. I think red team AI might be my next role. I'm not sure, because I am famous for my inappropriate questions.
Exactly. So Rod, you just be a natural. You're like, if it can get past me, then it's perfectly fine to use it.
Exactly.
The Rod test, not the Turing test.
The Rod test.
The Rod test.
The AI pen test is the Rod test.
Threat test. So, I love it.
Just to pull that thread though, interesting how like the whole what is good or what is bad question debate now turns to the humans who are in charge of making those decisions.
Exactly.
And now we get into and as a Canadian, this is kind of funny because I've got a bunch of Americans on the screen, a very interesting freedom of speech conversation that maybe drives a lot of these third-party AI providers to say, well, we're untethered. The man isn't going to, tell us what to tell you. And then at the same time, it's like, does Microsoft have a integral, insightful, experienced team to make those decisions? And if they get it wrong, right? And if there's a way to get around that, now that looks bad on Microsoft's ability as an enterprise supplier of AI to be able to control that effectively. And so it's a very tight rope that we need to walk here in order to
It's a tight rope. And the killer is we have 190 countries.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So you almost need you have our AI, you almost need an RGI. responsible government intelligence. How about that when it comes to?
It's a whole thing. We've dealt with this many times before. Like, for example, I used to work on Windows, and the SKU we ship in Europe is different than the SKU we ship in Asia, and the SKU we ship. It's like the same SKU, but with certain things. I had to ship a version to Europe that didn't have a browser once. Let me tell you about that adventure. They're like, no, you're not going to ship us a browser that we use. Ship us a browserless OS. I'm like, okay, but how are you going to get a browser? We'll figure it out. What happens? It's called the N SKU. It was called the Windows Vista N SKU. Yes, I worked on Vista. And what happens? Everyone screamed at the top of their lungs because they can't download a browser without a browser. So they're like, why'd you take it out? And like, you literally asked for it. So then it was a whole drama back in the day, right? This was 2007. This was not recent. But we've had this issue. It's like, what is correct? And it so much is in the eye of the beholder. And no one's going to get it right. There's going to be no company that gets it right in all scenarios, in all situations. That's why I think it's more important for people to develop expertise in spaces and say, my specialty is enterprise companies in the US who focus on banking. You're going to be called on by everybody and their godparent because you know the laws, the regulations, what products are good, what products are not, et cetera, because we're going to have to get hyper specialized for these agents. Agents are not going to be broad running things. They're going to be start as being specialized things that do a specialized activity, a job to be done, connecting with other agents. So the more you can get deep into the space rather than just broadly learning everything about AI, I think the more effective we're going to be for the next 2 to 3 years for sure.
Yeah. Hey, just to kind of bring this back around to our actual topic of the month. I don't think, Donna, since we have you here, I don't think I even know this. How did you start your career? How did you get into this? How did you become this person that's focusing on all of our generative AI stuff at Microsoft?
So I studied computer science. It's like old school computer science. My first programming language was binary. And it was, I know I'm that person. Like someone's like, that's not a real language. I'm like, I talked to the guy who invented it. So actually, please go on with your bad self, vibe coder, right? So my programming language was binary machine code. Then it was assembler. Yes, it was. Then it was C++.
It looks like you go outside too, by the way. So this is surprising to me.
Yeah. And so it's, I know. And then I have just been traditional software since 2002. So just old school desktop software. I've shipped 1 million version of Windows, probably 7 versions. Then I worked on mixed reality with HoloLens. And that was eye-opening because I suddenly had to learn things like sound and vision and all of these things, along with just basic C coding. And then I worked in the low-code space for a while to figure out how much of high code can be replaced. And it turns out there's certain levels of high code that can be replaced with low code, but definitely not all of it. But it comes down to the basics, the actual bare metal, close to the kernel levels code. So it's like kernel code, driver code, APIs, UI. You could replace a lot of UI with low code, but you're not replacing APIs with low code, and you're not replacing drivers with low code, and you're not replacing kernel code with low code. So turns out low code's taking our job, just like AI is taking our job right now. Did not work. So we're back to AI just being at the API level and at the UX level, but driver level, not really. Kernel level, still not really. But this has been my journey. And what I encourage women to do who are in this space, honestly, is get a bit more technical in the stack, get a bit deeper into the stack. Don't play at the surface level. Don't talk about things at the surface level. Truly understand how things work and why. And it feels awkward and it feels uncomfortable. But the more you can develop that expertise, the more you have the confidence when people ask you a question, you're like, I'm not sure of the answer, but neither does anyone else. Let's go figure it out together. And, at the beginning, I talked about imposter syndrome that I have, like no one's business, because there's always a new thing that shows up. Like recent one was MCP, right? Which is the API of APIs. It's the thing you call that connects to all the APIs. I'm like, what in the heck is this? It was created by Anthropic. I had to get hands-on like in the day. And I said, do I know anything about this? No, but it was invented yesterday. Donna, give yourself some grace. Go get hands-on in it, build a thing before you decide that you don't know anything about it. Right.
Also, are you already doing it? Letting AI code code that people are going to use.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I use AI to write code that people will use, but I, as a developer, know what that code does. And I think that's what matters. I, as a dev, am able to say, yes, this is good. Let me fix it. The let me fix it portion of the program is the most important portion of the program. Like, for example, I was generating just like nonsense chatbot in Python, a language I despise, by the way. But I know enough Python to be able to say, oh no, this is not going to work because suddenly I haven't done my environment variable setting correctly. I haven't put in error handling around the code the way I should. So I had to put in my own error handling, my own logging, my own everything, because I think of AI as being a library. Like, yeah, I called a library. I better know what's in the library and how to use it. But the ins and outs are like, cool, do for me. So it's like a big fancy standard template library that is generated on the fly. But I, as a dev, know exactly what my code is doing. I also generate test cases and run them. I don't let AI run my test cases. I go actually run them and say, did this work? Yes or no? And yes, security testing is one of them, because I have learned a few things about security, which is if you're not doing security testing, you're not done.
Are we starting to get more reliant on AI checking for bugs and looking for exploits inside software? Or...
I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think AI will do some of it, but I don't think we're going to be able to say, I had AI for security validate my code, therefore I'm good. I would not be comfortable with that. Anyone who's shipped software in their lives would not be comfortable with that. I want a real professional person, and that will continue to be true, right? Because there's some things people don't mess around with. And I mean, the wise ones don't mess around with. And what it takes are people to get bit 1 or 2 times, and they're like, I'm going to call a pro, like that guy, like the Leo guy from the internet.
Yeah, a bit. Well, my thoughts were taking known exploits and putting them to a database, and then looking at incident response methodologies that may be published, like SANS or whomever else they're doing it, and then now telling AI, hey, there was a previous CVE and or exploit of this type.
Yes.
Reading through the data.
Yes.
Finding 5 possible exploits that are similar to this that require so and so. Are you seeing that in the wild, or is that feasible with the negative actors doing that?
I think it's feasible. I see it in the wild-ish, right? And, we talk a lot about Security Copilot, which is saying, go and do validation of this thing using examples like that thing over here, which is really good for people who know what they're doing. Would I, Donna, be able to do this? Ish. Would I be able to do it well? Probably not. I'd call on one of you and say, what are the top exploits for a product like mine? And am I doing this the right way? Which is like, guide me and coach me on which exploit should I think about? How should I frame this prompt? And what is a good answer and what's a bad answer? So much of it is having the expert come and say and oversee the work rather than necessarily doing the work. And I think that's just AI as a whole. We need to use AI to do some of the work, but the oversight becomes important. Recently, I told someone every engineer is now an engineering manager, because we're going to manage our AI product. And every security researcher is now a security researcher manager, whatever you call it nowadays, because so much of it will be overseeing what AI is doing. And the day everyone thinks, oh, we're going to operate without oversight, I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think that's for a while. Like, you look at self-driving cars, they don't self-drive, Waymo kind of, and then we're terrified. So we're not at the autonomous region yet.
Yeah. Well, Donna, I truly appreciate your time today. I love that. It just seems like from your career, you're always that type of person that always finds the next big thing. And to our audience, I would suggest that you follow Donna wherever and whenever you can to actually figure out what that next thing is. If you're that kind of person that wants to know what either Microsoft is working on or what might potentially be some big industry thing. So I appreciate it, Donna. This has been great.
Donna.
Of course. Thank you all for having me. This has been a very interesting experience for me.
I'm trying to figure out the poster to your left on the wall.
Over here. So I've got
a peacock.
It's a peacock.
Oh.
Yeah. So this is all my random art Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah. Recently moved, so I set up all my art in the back and random things. I'm also building a perfume line, so that's why I don't have a meth studio. That is it's perfume, not meth. I have to, yeah,
Donna,
they're like,
may I ask, have you always led with your brilliance combined with your irreverence, or is that something that you had to become comfortable with? And I only ask that because, first of all, I think you're amazing, and I know other people think you're amazing. I know Henrik. Shout out to Henrik. He thinks you're a superstar. And I've had fellow colleagues, women in the industry, say that there's not enough. We have women in tech talks, but not enough women talking tech. And you've just been a master class in that perfect balance. So I would love to just get, before you drop, if you can just share, was that part of your journey? Were there obstacles that you had to overcome? I know you mentioned imposter syndrome, but like, did you show up as I'm Donna, or did you have to kind of be in a constant state of becoming this incredible human being?
Oh, you have to become. I showed up in the industry the most terrified person. I actually have a TED Talk called The Imposter Syndrome Banishing Spell, explaining my speaking journey, which was, it's my speaking career started with speaking at universities about how to be a dev at Microsoft. And the first one, I'm talking to these students, year one students, about how to prep for a dev career. And I was so terrified, I went outside and threw up in the bushes, because I'm like, what do I know about being a dev at Microsoft? And the recruiter's like, well, you've done it for 5 years, so maybe that. And so much of my talks just leaned into, I say, hi, I'm extremely nervous. I'm just going to share with you about what it's like to be a dev, and maybe I'll give you the answers you need, or maybe not. So I just kind of put it on the table. I'm like, not the expert, but on the journey. And it turns out that resonates with people, because they know you're being honest. My thing is like, look, I'm not going to be the best, but I want to be authentic. Mm-hmm. And I think that is important in this world where there's so much posturing. And actually, it does tie to AI, because people are like, oh, I can use AI to do whatever. I'm like, yeah, but do you want the AI generated art, or do you want the art created by the authentic artist who I met in a square the other day, right?
Yeah.
So I think now leaning into authenticity and also like imperfection is ironically going to have a hilarious moment where people are going to want more. Yeah, that wasn't perfect. And I think it's because they're a real human creating this thing. And I like that.
Good call out.
I love that. That's great.
Yeah.
Ray, that was an awesome question. That was the best question of the day. I appreciate that.
Oh, awesome, y'all. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the show.
Well, thank you so much for your time. You need to come on the actual regular show sometime, because we have so many other questions. So
anytime. Have so much fun today. Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Bye.
Wonderful guest.
That was great.
When you can get someone who can just say it and come out and doesn't have to sit here and try to make it wrapped up in super technical everything and really speak, she'd be excellent to go speak for AI for business leaders. Hey, that's what she does, but you really need to think about this, right? This is what's going on. Quit getting caught up in the minutia of how hard it is and everything else that's going on. Man, my room looks so green. I can't tell what's going on.
It does. Yeah, it looks super.
I wonder if it's the pollen just down here killing visitors. If you're
just on the break, just go and like unscrew the light bulbs and put in some colored light bulbs just to jazz up the place.
If you pass out, I've got my cell phone handy. I'll call somebody.
There you go. You're all good.
I got colors on this thing.
Nice colors.
Maybe that feels so.
Speaking of looks, by the way, Rod, I like your top-down camera perspective vibe going here. I did notice, just so you know.
Well, we're going to be on the show all day today, which is, abnormal for us because, there you go. It was like Edward selfie moment. And I thought, normally I stand during the day, but I'm not going to stand for 5 hours. So I thought I'd sit a little bit. And this, it doesn't look too bad. I still have like a little cable I need to move out of the way right there.
I wouldn't even notice the cable. I just noticed you're can probably launch the space shuttle microphone arm.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It's
right?
T-minus 5 seconds. There you go. Good thing. So as we sit here and get ready for our next guest, what did you do over the weekend, Brody? Everything, right?
I took Friday off. I went to because Thursday night I won a contest with MS Give, super quick.
Cool.
The sales leader for ISD Canada was going to take me to a hockey game. but then he is now the president of ISD Canada interim, and so he couldn't make it. So he gave me the tickets, and so I took my buddy. And the local team lost, which is too bad because I really wanted them to beat Dallas. But we had a blast. We just yelled our faces off, and then over the course of the next 3 days, it was just like getting things done around the house. I had to replace a over the stove hood vent microwave. That had some fun challenges yesterday. Was hanging out with my little girl, working out, getting outside, and just being off the computer as much as possible, but also doing some gaming with the boys in the evenings. So I really try to disconnect altogether on the weekends because I need it, because I'm just so full on over the course of the week that I'm basically, when it's weekend time, I'm like, I'm out, like work apps off on phone. I'm out. I'll see you Monday. Right. So it was a good refreshing weekend, and an early wake up today. So yeah, it's good times, but I'm happy we're here. This has been going great. And Donna's just been a fantastic kickoff awesome. Keynote speaker for our event here. So thanks, Rod, and everybody for getting that arranged. I'm sure our audience and the MS Reactor audience appreciated that.
Yeah, something ate my camera. I'm trying to get it back.
Yeah, you're frozen a little bit. So we can move over to Ray. Ray, what did you do this weekend? I don't even want to talk about it because Brody did so much. It makes me feel lazy.
Oh, well, let's see. I went to I went to get my MRI for monitoring for my tumor after having brain surgery in 2016 and radiation in 2022. Fun. Waiting on those results. Let's see.
The results gonna go. You are the father.
That's probably. Well, I only have one that I know of, right? But hit me up, world. You never know. You never know.
Never know. At all. And Rod, did you see the text that I sent you the weekend?
I probably did, but I'm so forgetful these days. What did you send me?
It was about, you and I were talking about CoreWeave.
Oh yeah.
Did you see that? I sent you the text about it. They went IPO yesterday. Well, not yesterday, but Friday. Or something. Check it out. Yeah. It's a good listen to. It's a podcast. Check it out. We were talking about it.
Gentlemen and lady, are we still having a quick break before our next
10-15? Yeah, we have like 2 minutes. I know you need it.
I do. I need a coffee and check in with
the
girl.
So we have a break coming up in a couple minutes, and then we'll come back in about 10 minutes after for those that are listening in, and we'll introduce our second guest of the day.
Heike.
She's great. I love her. I love all of our guests. Why is that?
I know.
I don't know.
It's
I don't hate anybody.
And then Kevin. That was, she gave us the Heike.
Oh, Heike. Oh, excuse me.
I
wasn't
on that episode. You say hi, and then it's like Kevin, Heike.
Hi, Kevin.
No, she gave us the the structure of it, the pronunciation, the convention for.
Thank you, Ray.
The unsophisticated brutes that are on the call. She's like, people, please. It's not high key. It's although she's high key amazing.
Is it key? I'm just kidding. But like legit though, just super quick. When I joined Microsoft, Defender for Endpoint was like my jam. That's like one of the reasons why I joined, because I was a Defender consultant, and her community talks are still ongoing internally and externally. I mean, it was just such an excellent person to be able to gravitate towards, and then the way that she manages calls is hilarious. And then like the amount of technical detail that comes out of these calls, because there's so many MDE nerds out there. So I was unable to attend the last time. Heike. Was a guest on her show, so I'm excited to have her.
She's here. She's like, you guys. She's so sweet. I love her. Yes.
All right. Well, let's get a break. I'll be back.
All right. Let's producer Dan, our producer. Let's go ahead and take our break.
Okay.
Looks like, am I here? Am I here? Are we about ready to start?
Yeah.
Miss Edward and Ray. There we go. I think Brody had some things to do. He'll be here in a little bit, but we have about 4 minutes till our next guest gets invited to the stage. I don't know if we want to spend some time trying to figure out how her name is actually pronounced. Okay, let's just go around. I say it's Heike. Did I get it?
I think Heike. Well, yeah, because it's hi as in hello, greetings, salutations, and then it's Ke like Kevin, so Heike.
That's what I win.
Well, that doesn't sound like. Is it
It doesn't sound right.
Is it
Heike.
Heike?
Hi, Kevin. Yeah.
Heike.
Just can't. Yeah.
Some people pronounce my name as Rye. They're like, how do I Rye? And I'm like, what? Just
Rye.
call me.
Where's the Y in your name? I don't get it.
Right.
There's too many vowels. People get confused. They're like, why is there only one consonant, 3 vowels? This is unusual. Why are there 2 A's in succession? What is happening?
I'm thinking, why'd you give up? Why didn't you just use all the vowels? Yeah.
Ask my parents, like they just phoned it in with me. I don't know, man.
As a prairie boy, the fact someone can mess your name up with rye is just wrong, because rye is our beverage of choice in the prairies.
Oh, right.
Love a good rye.
In the prairies. So am I not good enough for it to be?
No. I'm saying everybody who's pronouncing your name as rye has not enjoyed rye at the
Right. You can put an R in the middle of the name. This would be Ray Ray.
This
conversation.
I do get Ray Ray. Yeah, Ray Ray is like a term of affection. Yes.
Ray. Hey guys. What do you call an old snowman?
Are you still on the dad jokes? What do you call an old snowman? Water?
A glass of water.
A glass of water.
That's good.
Very morbid. Yes.
I had to think about that one. Nobody wants to drink an old snowman.
Nobody wants to drink an old snowman.
That should be the name of your memoir.
Nobody
what do snowmen call their offspring?
Ice cubes?
Children.
Ah, yes. Here we go.
I love that.
I like it. That was very good.
How do penguins build their house? They igloo them together.
Yeah.
That's good, Edward. That's good.
Are you having Copilot help you with those?
No, are we live?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
we are. Of course we are.
Let me mind my banners. I keep forgetting we're live. I see the thing going right there.
Yeah.
A little bit of that. You'd be surprised. You give it a bunch of words, and it'll get close on some stuff, and you just make it up.
This show is more and more like a reality show. I think people should just follow us around all day long.
Oh yeah, we should just do that. And yeah. Anyway, I'm waiting for
we're all laughing just suggests that we were like imagining what like a mental health practitioner would think. They just saw some content. What are we signaling?
Yeah.
What is...
I'm going to take advantage of those free mental health resources at Microsoft.
You should. They're great.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I subscribe to Thrive, Calm, Headspace, and it's one more we get for free.
Yeah.
For free.
But do you use any of them? That's my problem.
Thrive at night, Headspace on the weekend, and Calm during the week.
Okay. All right, cool. I'll check that out. Yeah, I got to get back into a better bedtime routine, Edward. So thank you for inspiring me to do that. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, they have
that's a scam. It's a scam. It's just another way that people are trying to get you to use your mobile devices more often and never take your face off of it.
Oh my Lord.
I turn mine on.
You have to cost benefit analysis here. Okay. And I was just thinking through, I love the name Headspace. At first I thought Head Case, and I was like, that is me. That sounds like it's really on brand. I should explore it. Okay. But thank you for highlighting the benefits of working for a wonderful organization. And I will do a deeper dive on making sure I harness all of that value. Who is typing Absolutely.
Glad I could
I
help.
was wondering
That's
if you could hear
Brody.
that.
He's the fastest typer. Hey, we do have a guest. It is we are on a schedule today, so it's 10:30. We're actually maybe a minute late, but that's okay. We do have Ray. How do you pronounce her name?
Heike?
Yep, we do have her on the show. Let's go ahead and invite her to the stage.
You guys are driving me nuts here in the background.
just been forced to listen to us this whole time, butchering your name.
Yeah.
Did I butcher your name? I'm so sorry. Tell me.
I love it. No, it's exactly how she said. Exactly
Heike.
that is the
Heike.
name. Heike.
Yeah.
Yes.
Heike.
Yes.
Well, see, I knew it. I was just trying to, get Edward to say it.
You're right, Rob.
Brody, I love your background. So I thought I'm doing Greenland.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. In solidarity. Heike, I love that. Thank you. Yes. Yes. You know what? We just dare them. Come on up. Come on up.
Yes.
See how it goes. Yeah.
I just like the last 30 seconds. I was like, okay, let's add Greenland because I have a very nice new Lego set up there. The new love. I will show it later.
Yeah.
I want to
Thanks for having me, Rod. Where are you? Your office looks very different to when I talked to last time, which I don't know.
Where was I when we talked last time? I have to think about that.
Not
now.
in this office. Or did you move around or at home? Where's home?
I don't know. I'm generally mobile. People try to catch up with me. I try my best to stay away. So it just really depends on what's going on at the time. Thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate you being here. I know that you have been on the show before, but I thought it would be just amazing because we love you so much for you to be on our finale for Women in Cybersecurity for this year, our third annual. And so thank you for being here.
Yes, thanks for having me. Yeah.
We may ask you very similar questions to what we asked you before, but I hope you don't mind that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
No, I was like, I scrolled through my emails. I was like, damn, should I have prepared something? Because I saw the previous Donna presentation. I was like, oh wow, like 57 slides, all pretty. I was like, damn, I'm screwed.
She's done that before, Heike.
And I was like, no, here's the evidence. There's no presentation.
Yes. No, not at all. Not at all. No, we're again, this is our third year to highlight women in cybersecurity, and this is a really important topic for us. I mean, so much so that we literally devote an entire month every year to this.
Nice.
And we thought this year, and I don't know if I'm going to give this away or not. Let's just see. We're even considering maybe next year's of having a hybrid event, so streaming and in person. So we'll just see how that works out. Again, just because we think it's so important.
Is there any other
in Canada or
event
Greenland
in March where this could connect to, so to make it easier for people to?
It's possible. I know, and we've talked about this. I'll just have to verify all the information, but we do have the MS Reactor office in New York, which is kind of the closest location to everyone, all the hosts anyway. We'll just have to force everybody else to travel longer, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it works.
You need to go to Redmond to meet all the wonderful MVP women there meeting for the MVP summit.
So I should mention, I don't know, this is also, we'll announce some news today. I just changed roles recently, and I'm working as a senior product manager. Heike and I we're kin now, but I'm working for our NDA communities, so CCP and MVP and our partners. So I will be at the MVP Summit next year.
Yes, then you merge this to.
We could do that. That would be pretty neat. Thank you for that.
This is a good time of the year to travel, spring breakish, right?
Yeah.
Get a break in the season. You get there, yeah. This will be a good time. That's a good idea. Like, do that.
Ask me. I have them all in my head.
All the answers. All the answers.
MVP month would be a good themed month. I know we thought about theme months before. Have we done an MVP month specifically before?
I think the closest we got to was maybe.
Great idea. Also,
we got my certification month, so maybe we do go to an MVP. That would be great. Yeah, and we can always harass Frank while he hasn't got it yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't spoken to Frank. We got to make sure we call Frank. And
So let's start with Heike, introducing yourself, who you are, because obviously the people from our show, they know who you are, but we have a larger audience today because of Microsoft Reactor. So, and I know Microsoft Reactor, there's probably a large part of that audience that know you as well. But tell us about you. Who are you? Where are you located, other than Greenland? And what do you do at Microsoft?
So first of all, hi Microsoft Reactor people, and hi Microsoft Security Insights people, and the host. Hello. Yes, I think everybody knows my name by now, at least the first name. The last name is Ritter, which means night. And you know, there is that silent K in front of it. Like, it's not the night, it's the night with the K. Like, why do you have a
like
knight?
King Arthur's court.
Night. Should be knight and not night. Anyways, that's what it means. Same with knife. It should be knife. Like, why are all these hidden characters?
I agree with this political platform. This is an agenda that I endorse.
And it's Z, not Z, right? Just getting that out there.
I'm not in Greenland. I'm in Germany, just around the corner. And I am in CXE, and Rod will join CXE shortly, or like in a couple of weeks. I don't know when your start date will be, but
we were just talking about that today. Yeah.
Yes. Mainly I'm focusing on field readiness, but also customer enablement, I would say. So share, interview experts on certain topics, so customers can get the most out of products. I have a little show that's called the Virtual Ninja Show, aka.ms/Ninja Show. I also produce a monthly newsletter, the Defender News, which is not an email newsletter, but it is a blog post on aka.ms/Defender News, where we always summarize everything that happened in the previous month. And for now, I would say that's me, what I'm doing in my current role.
Nice, Haiku. That's fantastic.
Is that a hint at something else?
Can I fangirl in?
Is that a hint of subtle in my current role? Okay. I'm falling for it more.
No, it's not forward. Sorry, but sometimes people ask, like, what did you do before, and like,
Oh, yeah, right.
No. I honestly, I don't really want to move. I enjoy this so much. I love having all these experts around me. Everybody is eager to share what they're working on, what they're developing, and it's such a, as Brody said earlier, like, I do this way back, and I still love it. And people know when usually there's an invite coming from my inbox that there is experts explaining something, and it's not just something that I set up because I have nothing else to do.
Sounds like me.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, I think that type of community leadership's been, like I said earlier, if nobody caught the praise I gave you during the break, but when I joined Microsoft just over 4 years ago, I joined during COVID, and it's this massive, monolithic, multi-100,000 person organization, and I'm one of like a dozen employees in Calgary, and I'm remote the entire time, and I didn't meet anybody for over a year. And your MDE community calls, which have now evolved obviously into more Defender XDR, were essential for my success in my first year, and so many others. And I think that's, and still now as like a community leader, volunteer at Microsoft, I think the MDE group specifically is one of the more core, passionate group of individuals across all of Microsoft who consistently are helping one another. And I think you're just driving all that, honestly. And I loved your old profile picture, because you were up on stage and you're just like talking and you're animated. Yeah. And it's just like, I could get into this, like this is not the Microsoft I thought it would be. I thought it would be like all the Bill Gates Ballmer kind of style, but then there's Heike just just like, yeah, this is my call, and here's all my people. And it's awesome. So I guess praise aside, I just want to lead into a question: is what do you think makes an effective community leader at such a large organization like Microsoft, and what advice would you give to individuals in any type of capacity in terms of driving community engagement, leadership, and participation?
Oh, yeah. First of all, thank you for all the praise. I was actually about to say that I think, especially MDE, because it did grow so much, the community, but also the product, it's sometimes difficult to separate all the questions and information. And like, there's so many emails coming in, and there's constantly the thought, now the idea should be separate more out. And now we have something already for cross-platform. Should we do something for, I don't know, Defender vulnerability management? Should we do something for, no. Because it becomes complicated. Yeah. But I think it is valuing the community. It is showing appreciation. So we also, I created a little program, and it's like every year I let the field, or like the community, internal community, nominate people that are contributing a lot, and then they become the most valuable ninjas.
Oh, wow.
And we have that little community about those most valuable ninjas, and they share, they answer questions, they will help identify the next ninjas that are joining. We have calls, or like we will set up calls with them, with leaders, so they have something special. But it is that appreciation and showing them that they're seen and heard, and because there's so many people that put so much work in it, right? Because it's, yes, reading the email, but then answering the email, maybe do a little research, find a link that they would enter. So, and that's all aside the actual job.
Right.
So if someone wants to do something similar, I would always say, find something that is needed but doesn't exist, right? So it doesn't, like, why would they create another Defender for Endpoint community unless it's better? You know, they have more engagements, drive it differently. Great. But this would just compete and make a little sour taste. Yeah.
We'll put
there.
So, well, I'd say, yeah, to kind of add to that, be willing to go where community already exists and participate there as well. Because I mean, just like you said, if you have this brilliant idea one evening, I'm going to start this community, and it automatically competes with something that already exists, it's probably best just to kind of merge those two thoughts together and work together on that thing. I think about that from the perspective of the things that you do and that we do internally, right? And externally, right? So we have these different types of communities, but I think more internal, simply because you, Heike, with your brand, the way that you built, you mentioned this kind of early on, it's about people gravitate towards you because they know there's going to be quality technical, this is a quality technical production or whatever. And I know a lot of our listeners, obviously we're going to have some Microsoft folks that are watching the show today, but at the same time, we have non-Microsoft folks. And I think personally, it's just as important to identify and create, invent, and engage community within your organizations just as much as it is to find organizations externally to participate in, because you just don't know until you know how many people within your own organization have very similar interests or need, some type of community type of mentorship to do better in their job.
Yeah.
There was no question there. I was just
rotting. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and the theme I'm getting from both of you is organic, right? Don't force it. Let it grow organically. I like the self-nomination process you talked about, where people, the community knows who its people are and they want to bring them to the top. And if you give them an opportunity to speak, I mean, I think you're just doing what any great community leader does, which is facilitate others, right? And that's one of the things that I love about it, is being able to give people a platform, give people that opportunity where they, because of various reasons may not have it otherwise, right? So I just think, yeah, you're doing a fantastic job. And I just had to remind myself of like your work experience here, because I wanted to remind myself about
how
where you
old I
came
am.
from.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say that. It's LinkedIn. So I don't know what your age is. But like, you started network and sysadmin, right? So you were hands-on, and then you got into more evangelism and product management. And like, Heike, what's that transition like from I'm working on it, I'm working with customers on it, or I'm working in-house, and now it's turned into like the product space or the engineering space and the community space? Like, what was that transition like for you? And would you recommend it to folks who are deep in, hands-on, let's say, if they have the desire to move into a similar role?
I honestly don't feel like it changed a lot, because even like throughout my jobs, I try to be very close to what I enjoy doing the most. So in the first, it was technical evangelism. Like, of course, I had SharePoint. I was a support engineer, but I was also a technical lead. So my job was mainly to help others get better in their job, help them with the processes, ramp them up, teach things, because I came from being a trainer and teaching Microsoft stuff. And then I joined Microsoft. And then from the technical evangelism, the job that I applied for was actually the IT pro community at Microsoft in marketing. But the job, once I arrived in Redmond, was moved to a different manager. And the manager I applied the job for, she asked me, like, do you want to stay and get something different, or do you want to move with the job that you actually applied for to a different manager? And I was like, whoa, what else do you have? And she told me networking in Windows as a product marketing manager, and something that the team is developing, something malware, Defender, and so on. So it's like, okay, I love networking. So I worked on some deprecation, which wasn't pleasant, but it was great. Direct access, I think, was it called?
Nice.
Or do we still have that? Oh, I don't know.
I can't remember. I can't remember now. But yeah, and then that's what you were there at the very onset of the Defender build out, effectively, right?
They showed me an Excel spreadsheet. So basically, this is the idea that we have, and we are going to go to the Microsoft internal security team and ask them if that's something they would use if we build it. So yes, there was no code, I guess, or not much. Yes, really cool.
And so it started off as a Microsoft internal solution for ourselves, and then grew to a customer solution that we
no. But I think they wanted Microsoft to also give feedback if this is the right direction. What is Microsoft using, and how can we at some point replace what Microsoft might have had as a third-party solution? And that product was just amazing. And the beauty about it was actually that it did grow. We had like the first version, we had built into Windows, detect threats, and easy or whatever. Like, it was a little bit, and then more and more and more was added. So I could grow with the product as well, right? So I could learn all the details, and it was not suddenly you come, learn MDE, and now you have that big beast of a product.
Yeah. There's a lot there, which is why I think the community thrives so much, because we everybody needs to learn from one another, because there's so much going on all the time. There's so many scenarios.
Yeah. So then at least I loved going to conferences, booths, theater sessions. So I still did my evangelism thingy, as well as I produced little videos that we call short and sweet videos that are like 3 to 5 minutes explanational videos. So I worked a lot here, and built the internal discussion list. I answered a lot of questions at the beginning, and then more people, and yeah. But
You also do other good internal work. I was going to say it was outstanding work with the eval.
Now
as a
I
service.
want to know. Now I want to know. What was outstanding?
The eval as a service that I set up, and it was really good. Setting up the lab and then coming in and hydrate it, and the support team you have in the back. That's really good. Rod and I share a tenant together, and this. Thank you for putting that together. Now it's all hydrated. It's ready to go. I know it took a lot of work to get it done. So thank you for that.
That's not all the other team. Yes, I get a lot of credits for things that others are doing.
You must be doing something
created
right
the
there.
vehicle. I think what the point, like, so the inception or the origin story of the Ninja series was you blended your evangelist spirit and perspective with your passion, but also the recognition and appreciation that we need to do this at scale. It's great to have these one-offs. It's great. Like, I'm going to go to this conference and that conference and talk to a handful of people and have impact. But we need to do this way more intentionally. We need to do this where it's kind of a blanket rollout and not just like sniper precision one-off interactions. And I think the Ninja series itself, obviously, it's its own like fixture of Microsoft. You are the face of it, but you are the brains of that. And from there, it's been like it served as a springboard to all of these other initiatives. Whether or not you're in the weeds creating that, obviously, I know the folks also behind the scenes, and they are brilliant and geniuses and wonderful human beings, but they are leveraging your star power, like your branding, right? And I think that is something that is a testament to your tenacity and just your ability to connect with people. And so, out of curiosity, what were some of the major obstacles that you had to overcome to, like, did you have to convince people like that, hey, let's really build a coalition to have this initiative like that's public facing, that is reaching the global audience, or was it just like, yeah, Heike, do whatever you want, we trust you?
Kinda.
That's a credit to your track record of success, by the way.
No, it was, I had this idea. I actually told this in a meeting I had before this one, also to women in cybersecurity Romania. When I had the idea for the virtual ninja show, I only owned as a product Defender for Endpoint, and we all know we have these virtual ninja trainings, those structured link collections, and I got the feedback that it's so time consuming to go through the Defender for Endpoint ninja training. It has 260 hours of content.
Yeah.
So I thought, hey, let's do each module as a episode and walk them through. And once I got the approval 2 years later, I basically owned 7 new products. And I was like, damn it, okay, let's do one season for Defender for Endpoint and then move on to Defender XDR and cover everything else. And now it's even more. I don't do Defender for Cloud, by the way, because we have Yuri who does MDC in the cloud for the field, not in the cloud. Defender, what is it called? Defender for Cloud in the field, where he does all these interviews specifically for Defender for Cloud, and I don't want to duplicate. But I have now Javier, who used to do Sentinel in the field, and he was like, no, I would love to join your show. So he covers all the Sentinel-specific topics. Now I also have Andrew. He contributes as a host for Azure Network, so DDoS and firewall and all these things. So I'm, and I think I shared this last time I was on the show. It's not about me. It's about helping people also to get a face and have fun and enjoy it. And I see them loving it. Yeah.
You nailed it, Heike. What's your Heike? Help me. We see the public side of the work that you do. Is this like the primary like focus of your role these days, or like what's like a week in a week for Heike Ritter? Sorry, I'm doing bad.
In my job or
And
after work
in
hours?
your job, yeah. I'd like to know like what's principal product manager Heike do?
So I do a lot of mentoring. So I have about 5 mentees that I love to meet with and help people find their way, and help them with challenges they might have and ask questions, which is time consuming, but in a good way, obviously. I plan Ninja Show. So we just finished the last 12 episodes. We published all of them almost. So now it's about me amplifying, going through things. I need to collect for the Defender news. We have internal projects about making customer happy. I own a few priorities from our team where you need to write documents and summarize and present. And talking to the team, similar to what Rod will soon do as well, about what could be interesting for the field. I work closely with our STU readiness, threat protection readiness lead on identifying sessions that are important for the field that we need to land, and how we can do this without overwhelming everyone with training. Yes, we have now tomorrow coming up a Defender for Cloud Apps bootcamp. So it's a lot of organizing here, that everybody has the invite. Sometimes I wouldn't say it's a principal task, right? Sending invites, but I still want to, be that face of that whole project and brand.
Very cool. Thanks for breaking that down for me. I appreciate it.
You're more than the face. You're the glue, right? You are the genius. Somehow you're able to be very assertive in these sessions. I've done many of them, and it's very clear what we need to cover, and you make sure to facilitate the interactions to satisfy our goals. And you're also like the most incredibly human, approachable, relatable leader. And so do you have a secret to balancing both of those strengths, which can, I think on the face of it seem like they're in conflict?
No, I think I was actually more stressed out and less not approachable. Approachable I was, but if I was doing something and someone was then pinging me and doing it's got older over the years, calmer, relaxeder. I don't know if there's a secret to it.
It's not a secret until you go over your time. Like you said, when your time is up, it's time to get off.
No, it's just like I feel like, I try to put myself into everyone who reaches out. This is my first. I always did this, it's like they ask me this and they ask me this, and I sometimes can you not use a search engine to just search for that blog?
You said the word out. You said the word out, by the way. You said the word out.
Which?
So the doggies, they got excited because they heard out, I guess. Oh, sorry if I should.
Yeah.
No,
it's possible that there's neighbors' dogs barking soon, and then there will be a lot of barking. No, but then I thought okay, instead of me answering now, can you not use a search engine? Why don't you relax and answer? And I got this into a habit. Before I was so tempted to I'm not your information booth. But then I thought why not? People, that's why also then people know me and people come to me and ask me. And yeah. And then, you need, as everybody else as well, switch off. And weekends is weekend, and there is nothing but weekend.
Well, are you super busy now isn't some little small thing coming up like Microsoft Secure? Are you finding yourself being consumed by trying to get ready for that here pretty soon? Not at all.
No, it's I don't know. Is it a hybrid event? I think it's just virtual event, right?
It's just virtual this time. Yeah. Still.
Virtual.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
always. I think it probably always will be because it's just a few announcements. So
And
RSA
it's
is so close. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's usually driven, I guess, by our marketing friends, and they have a couple of sessions. They know the people, so I was not involved. I know it will be stressful again around probably July to get something ready and done for August, and then August,
Yeah.
September to get our Microsoft Airlift, which is for partners under NDA and Microsoft employees, our big internal event. Then it will be stressful to go through all the session submissions and see what's good, what's not good, and run after details that are missing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you participating in security days? What, a couple of weeks back? Was it security days in Berlin?
Yes, but I wasn't participating. I actually took the week off vacation.
Okay.
Then I drove up with my dogs in my car all the way to Berlin. About probably if you drive fast, not guys. I know. Yeah, there's someone outside. Usually it's like 5-6 hours. So, with breaks and go with the dogs. So 8.5 hours. And then I went there to meet people that I haven't seen in a long time. So I went for the lunch breaks. I went for the coffee breaks, for the networking hour in the evening to meet customers. And that was really nice. I haven't seen many of those people in a long time. And yes.
Really good to do. So as you look at all the security announcements and all the things, I know that this whole Copilot, choose your flavor, right? SCIOU Copilot, whatever you want to do here. How much of that do you have to still, take in, but at the same time, you have a major networking work stream product that you have to keep an eye on? How much is a security Copilot affecting how much time you consume staying abreast of that? If you have to quantify it, a little, a lot, more, sometimes more than others, Ed, but is it relevant in the way you go about how you're doing your community and everything?
Yeah, I want to ask the smart questions when I have someone join the show, or when I start planning and working with teams on what's the right agenda for some events. So I want to know something about the products to make it good. So usually, let's say if it's a show and I know we're talking about Copilot in Purview, I will read about it. I will look at something that I then can also ask smart questions about. But it's more on demand.
Okay. Now, I see something in the chat that says from Kilo Drew, Ike's favorite product is MDCA. Now that's what I heard.
MDCA, this is Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps.
Yeah, I wonder who put that in there. That'd be me. I'm always joking and I guess that when I first joined Microsoft, the thing that I dived really, really down deep into was MCAS. And big shout out to Mike Casas. He was the guy that started onboarding me a long time ago on that product. So that used to be the going question in the Defender suite. Which was your favorite product? MDE, MDO, MDCA, or MDI? But we won't pull that question today unless Rod wants to answer it.
No, I'm not answering that one. Hey, one of the things that you mentioned kind of early on, but this is always been of interest to me, and you can help me out with this. A lot of times IT pro communities, particularly, I don't think it's just a Microsoft thing. I think it goes across maybe industry organizations like Microsoft, in that marketing generally controls or manages the community. For we talk about our MVP stuff. We talk about our tech community stuff. How much do you align with marketing for the stuff that you do?
So when we produce short and sweet videos, which will be embedded in the documentation and other Microsoft vehicles, they are part of the review thread.
Yeah.
Marketing often reaches out and asks now, can we do a ninja show on this and this topic? And then they also, of course, get to review the content when it's about announcements or something like that. For tech community, they review and approve blogs that engineering wants to post. There's a new process now as well, but I usually, because they get invited to present roadmap, or I join their roadmap session, so I see what's coming, and I'm just making sure that I'm not stealing any thunders of them, because they want to do big announcements. So I talk to them before. We talk about recent changes or features. So I'm sure that I'm certain that I get the messaging right and all of this.
Yeah. So from what I'm hearing, I guess marketing drives a little bit of what your topics are for your ninja shows and maybe some of the content and stuff that you develop, but not all of it. So where do you come up with these ideas? Is it customer feedback? Is it, how does that happen?
So usually I reach out to the team and say, hey, I have 11 empty episodes. Who has a topic that they would like to cover? Then let's say 15 people say, I want. When you get closer to now, let's do the recording. Oh, can we move it to the next season? And then I'm left with 5. And then I was like, damn it, where do I get the last 7 from? And then it's almost end to the month, and then I'm rushing stuff out. So that's the short. But I look at my Defender news that I publish every month to see what is some great topics, more than, I don't know, we now have a toggle that makes it easier to do something rather than clicking a button before. And see what is interesting. Look at our blog post of announcements and say, hey, this is a great topic and I have a lot of questions, so let's come to the show. And of course, we hear feedback. There's customers asking they want to learn more about this. So some people email me. Last time, for instance, that I started planning in November for January, February, March, I wanted to do 12 episodes dedicated to helping people troubleshoot certain issues themselves. We managed to publish 4 episodes. We have more topics that are lined up, but it's not just about talking about it. You also want to have great examples or create demos and so on. And sometimes it needs a little bit of time to prepare.
Yeah. One of the things I've also kind of wondered, because, this is Women in Cybersecurity Month. Actually, 2 things. I love how you're like the information booth, right? Pay 5 cents and get information or whatever. You're like the security. You are security Copilot.
Yes.
But I think that's kind of a general personality thing. I think I'm very similar in that I can't let a question go for very long without being answered, or at least routed to the right person that can answer that question.
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I wanted to be a park ranger. I'm going to tell you. How that led to cybersecurity, I have no clue. But as a kid, what did you want to do? Was it I don't know. I can't even think.
So I wanted to do something that has nothing to do with computers and is outdoor. So
park ranger would be a pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, so didn't work out.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to be do jewelry, because I love all these nitty gritty fine work. And everybody told me, with all this cheap jewelry, not real gold or silver. The market goes so down, so don't do this. And then I hopped from one idea to the next until I arrived here.
So what was that? What did that look like? You arriving there? Did you? How did that interview look like? You're just like, oh, Microsoft wants to hire me?
No. So it was basically I had to wait for a couple of months to start my learning. How do you call this in English? Ausbildung. I have no clue how this is what it's called. But basically, when you want to become something in a job, you have to first do the practice, blah blah.
Almost like an intern or something along those lines, I guess.
Yeah, you go to school, you learn something, and then you have practical hours and practical time. And I wanted to become a physiotherapist. So I had to wait until that class starts. And my father had a company and he needed someone to help with building a search engine. So that was like 1995, I guess, 1995-ish. So my job was to go through the internet, which there wasn't much. There was like, I don't know, 300 websites or something. And some websites I visited and it told me, you're the first visitor. I was like, yay, I still have a screenshot of that, I think. And basically copy the URLs and write words that people would type to find that content in an Excel spreadsheet. It was like so early in the days. And when we thought it was only Alta Vista existed, I think, and maybe Lycos, I don't know.
I remember,
Yeah. And when we decided on a name, like what should this be named? Something that people would just type in. It was like, oh, what about sport? So we did sport.de. And there's like, okay, let's throw away the idea of a search engine and let's create a sport portal. So we had then I had to I learned HTML and XSL and all these things to create websites for 134 sports from aerobic till I don't know what the last one was. We hired journalists that then watch TV and write the articles, go to the events and take pictures. And it was an amazing time. And but then it was the .com crisis and everything went down. And and then I became a instructor for. First, it started with like all these Office applications, and I did my whole because you couldn't teach Microsoft's curriculum trainings without being a Microsoft certified trainer. So I had to first do the whole trainer, and
so that training, I guess. Yeah, then that trainer being a trainer of Microsoft things, all things Microsoft, I guess, led to that opportunity. That's pretty neat. The other thing I was thinking of, again, this being Women in Cybersecurity Month, and we talk about these gaps in the industry for cybersecurity women. What about your audience for these ninja shows? Do you know what the ratio is? Is it still kind of sort of male dominated, or are there more? Are we making it the opportunity available to more women to join and learn things? I mean, obviously it's available for everyone, but you know what I mean?
So I had a nice conversation actually about this, not this specific, but similar.
Yeah.
I think we can, of course, obviously we need to do more and bring more women in, but I don't think it will be a 50-50 at some time. It is similar to other jobs where you see, let's say a nurse. It could be so many male also becoming a nurse, but, it's like a more, I don't know how to say this in English, but like a natural way for some reason. So I don't think that we will have at some point 80% women and only 20% male in IT or cybersecurity. I know that when I speak to all these women in Microsoft, ERG groups, they most know my Ninja show and watch it. So I would assume it's, I don't know if it's 50-50. Edward, you're muted. I see you.
Yeah, I keep talking on mute. I just realized it. I thought you were ignoring me. I'm sorry. I said she's ignoring. Something was over the mute bar. It was along the line that Rod asked, but maybe, maybe we need to go out and create the new map, right? On what it takes to recruit more women into cyber. We keep doing the same thing, and maybe we keep doing the same things that weren't really geared toward, the enticement or the more robust recruitment of women. We just try to make a little change to how we recruit men. And like, see, we made a change. We're trying to do it rather than all up create a new venue, a new way of thinking to get women into it. Maybe just doing IT and then switching over to cyber doesn't work it that way. I would think that a novel way would be convincing women who work in totally different industries that this should be make a switch. Say, hey, I know you're in finance, but because of all the regulatory experience and stuff that you had, maybe something in security would be your thing, rather than trying to find women who are specifically technology slanted. Go grab someone from another community. Oh, we know you've been working in healthcare. Ray has extensive healthcare background, right? Let's pull people from there. I believe that's the new way, to actually go out and steal someone from their primary job of choice and bring them in and retool them that way, rather than hoping that someone decides they want to do it. We have to come up with the new math. The old math is nothing more than moving the decimal point a little bit, and you don't get a lot of results. And that's on line of traditional stuff that always works, right? If you're a true mentor and you have true intentions around mentorship and empowerment, then that's something that, that's on being the person who's trying to do that recruitment, how genuine they are. But we need to do some new math to do some new recruiting for sure.
Yeah, and we don't know what the current administration will continue to do when it comes to these D&I programs. Right now it's not forbidden to run them, but it's also, not required. Encouraged, exactly. So you see many companies drop and change. As long as it's not forbidden, I think I'm super glad and that Microsoft runs all of these and continues. But it's back to us, community and allies, to Ray.
Another reason why community is so important.
I have been on several calls where women come off mute and they give Heike shout outs and they say, Heike, you got me into cyber. Maybe they were just doing IT proper, and they saw the Ninja series. I've been on, I could give a shout out. We should have Kara Conley on the show. I wanted to get her on, but she had some things she needed to address. She's a kick-ass, badass superwoman. But she gave Heike her props, and she's like, "This is part of my journey." Heike's vehicle, the being an inspiration. Heike is an inspiration to me. So I think that there's an aspect that absolutely what Edward you were saying. Like, we need to be intentional and deliberate in mentorship, and perhaps there's something, Heike, what you were saying, like there's a natural tendency, or the way that the system is structured. There's something to be said for a self-starter. There is something to be said in order to be successful and deal with the shenanigans and tomfoolery of other folks who may not have a big vision, open mind. You're gonna have to have a thick skin. And so to be coddled or handheld into the pipeline, that might not be positioning folks for success, right? So the people I've seen be successful are that I really don't give a hoot and a half what anybody else says about me. I know that what is inspirational, what's impactful, what's powerful, and that's going to fuel my intrinsic motivation to live up to that image, and then hopefully in the most respectful way possible, take that further, right? And so, Heike, you have inspired many people, and I know that it's bi-directional. Folks inspire you, and it's that healthy competition, right? It's like, wow, so they're doing it. I maybe can do it too, and maybe we can do even cooler things, knowing that we're both in the same space, right? So absolutely, intentionality is something that we need to keep top of mind and be more creative around. And it's also this aspect of maybe we don't want to have like a velvet glove hand-holding approach, because you might need that level of grit and resilience to be positioned for success in this industry.
Yeah, but this is something I think that needs to change. And this is also a lot has to do still, with the man world in this industry.
Yes, agree. Agree. Hard agree.
Yes, because as you said, like, oh, you're strong and you don't give I don't know how you call this, but what they think about me. Some people are not like that, and they don't all have to be like that, but they need to know that they have the back of their team. I heard stories from others, presenting for the very first time to a customer, already shaking. It's the first presentation, and then you get mansplained. Like, don't, and then have at least your team cover you and have allies and do something that, it's yes.
Well, I think men are very, very good at correcting things, or at least thinking they can. And have to learn to be. Men have to learn how to learn to be a good listener. Men need to learn to listen versus, because that's that situation you're talking about. I'm like,
yes.
I think. No, you're right. I think it's less about being, because when we look at the root of being right and sharing, like correcting and educating, it's a discomfort with something that's not within your control. No, I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to explain to you this concept and reality, because if I'm the one dictating what reality is, that I'm in charge and I have the power. I think across the board, people need to learn how to sit tight with, I don't know what's happening. And maybe they know something more than I do, and that's okay, right? But I understand. I've seen it come more often from folks that never had to justify why they were in the room. Typically, that is the man world, but it's usually because folks that never had to explain why they warranted having a seat at the table are always so like taken aback by what do you mean I'm an ally? Like that's, I don't know, like just maybe you can be an ally by not like just almost sitting still and then leaning in when it's required, and like understanding the landscape a little bit better, right? So I think it goes back to what Edward was saying, in being intentional and deliberate and like purposeful with the players in the space and what we're actually trying to achieve. And you can still have healthy competition. I think that's actually the way to build, like to be more innovative, to have the competitive edge, is when you have a diversity of perspective and experience. Because you're like, holy cannoli, I didn't know that was possible. Now that I know, I'm going to extend on that further, and vice versa. So lots to be done.
Cybersecurity is a place where you absolutely want a differentiated opinion, mindset, history, and capabilities. You can learn so much in this realm if you let everybody in the room have an equal voice that's not judged before. Because short of hard science and research and development, innovation comes out of it. It seems like it's a lot of process, but it took me and somebody else to really put our heads together to figure out what I had been beating on the last 2 weeks, Rod, with the multi-space tendency thing that I had to go work on. And that's because I wanted everybody's voice in it. And then we know what it is. It's underdocumented. That's the way I put it. Didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. It was underdocumented. And we got a final word back from engineering on it. So really cool on it. But
only with these diverse thoughts and experiences and ideas, and there's a lot of creativity that flows in that room. And if you have a great, like a brainstorming or something. Awesome. Like you don't have this without these diverse backgrounds and information and thoughts and everything.
Yeah. I can't tell you the number of times in my life that I've done a thing the same way, forever, thinking, this is, super efficient. This is super good. And then one person from a different perspective and different experience just literally walks up and says, why are you doing it that way? Do it this way. I'm like, oh my goodness, why didn't I think of that? Right?
Yes.
We're thinking.
Yeah. That's why those different perspectives and people coming from different perspectives are important. And again, just like you said, it literally makes us stronger by having all those different perspectives, or not just having different perspectives, but accepting the different perspectives. I think it's probably the better word for that.
Yep. So what's exciting from the world of cybersecurity and technology for you right now? What is something like, okay, this is more than just like you said, they added a little button here, they did this, now the button slides purple. What's the next exciting thing you're going, I'm gonna watch this because I either want to learn it or I want to play around with it or I want to break it?
I'm sure you did already. Come on, Edward. So I think for me, it's actually still Copilot in various flavors. Of course, I'm a huge fan of my Defender world. So all the embedded experience, which gets richer, and you start to have even fields where you can type and ask a question. Previously, you had to hop back out to the standalone experience. We heard about agents that are coming. I think also super exciting to see what's in there for us. And because of, when I started, we had the Defender for Endpoint portal, which is now the Defender XDR portal, but basically all the other products merged and moved into coming from the Azure world, coming from some other worlds into the Defender portal now with Sentinel almost completely there. I think there's a few things not missing, but such an enriched experience for Sentinel folks. I want to help them move over. And often you have this, don't move my cheese. I'm staying here. I know this. So I hope we can, help them see how great that new portal is and how much more they can do. It done differently, but you have more. And then MDC coming, like more like it's all this integration and so many ideas that I have and engineering has and others have on how you could connect these products even better. And you only have that many developers doing it. So there's more and more. Yeah. But right now it's really the unified experience, unified security operations platform and Copilot.
I was hoping you're going to give us some of those secret tidbit that was going to slip out, but I guess we'll wait.
No. Too long in this business.
Speaking of the cybersecurity skills gap, I hear this constantly. I actually talk about this in some of my talks, in that Security Copilot or the Security Copilot engine can help solve some of that gap, right? So we've been talking about this for the past 3 years, and women in cybersecurity and all kinds of different areas. But this gap in these cybersecurity skills, maybe Security Copilot can help with that. I don't know what that's going to look like. I think it has the opportunity or the ability to do that, but I don't know if it's actually going to do it.
Yeah, it's still trying to figure out what it wants to be when it grows up. Haven't figured it out yet. That's what's going on. We got agents now, so now we have personalities. So now of a sort, some of them have figured out what they want to do and then when they grow up, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about the agents, but I'm gonna dive a little deeper than that myself. He said, Tracy Keene said, is there a ninja security group in Germany? For some reason, I can't post the thing up on the thing, right?
Yeah.
In Germany, I know we have MVPs running yellowhead communities and ninja communities.
Yep.
But I'm sure there is a community run by an MVP around security, but I can't say, I don't have a name yet right now. We had the Yellowhead event in Amsterdam. Did you go, Rod, to Amsterdam?
I was invited, but I was in Denmark at the time and I couldn't make the trip. So maybe next year, hopefully next year. Yeah.
Mm. So I would probably
well, we need to figure out, I guess, if there's an MVP user group potentially in that area.
Yeah.
It's Wartel that runs Yellow Hat, so I bet we could connect whoever with Martin and see if we can't find something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And if there isn't, let's go.
She's promised to start a user group. Did you hear that? News right here on MS Reactor.
Yes. I think that's
good.
a great idea if it doesn't exist. I mean, I know, but I will probably have to invite others to talk about it. And I have a great person that I know that loves all these German regulations and privacy things, and it's all dry and complicated, but it's a big part of it.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. We'll
Welcome
have to
back, Brody.
figure that out. We'll have to figure that out.
Hello.
I'm actually writing that down as a note. We'll see if we can figure out user groups there. And well, I'll post something about it somewhere. You and I, Heike, we could work that out. Figure out where we could talk about that. So
you learn German now?
Me?
Yeah.
I could.
German ninja group, ninja community.
Sure, I could do that. My oldest son, he literally knows like 7 languages, so I'm sure he could pass along some of that to me. So,
wow.
No, but usually it's the other way around, Rod. It's like the father passes something on to the son.
Well, I'm admitting at this very moment that I'm not the smartest person in the room.
What? No.
There you go.
You heard it here, folks, on
Heard it here first. Yeah.
I've been waiting for him to admit to this for years.
Yeah, it's happened. So,
how many languages do you speak, Brody?
I speak English and bad English.
Klingon, a little Klingon from Makai, that list.
Yeah. In school, I didn't. There were 3 options in high school. There was
bad English and English.
French, computers, or indigenous studies. And the first year I was able to get an option, I picked computers, right? And then I got 100, and they said, Brody, you can't take computers the next grade because it has to be for people who learn. You don't need to learn. You're better than everybody. So I got forced to take French, and I rebelled. And I got like a 51 and I did nothing. And I just purposely didn't try to learn it. And now I regret that because, I'm an adult. So I have some French, some Spanish, but it's mostly just for getting around. Right.
Bueno.
Yeah. Heike, what about Heike? What about you? How many languages do you speak?
German, the English that you hear. And I think I still speak Italian. I lost a lot of vocabularies, but when I'm in Italy or when I'm surrounded or watch a movie or hear a podcast, it comes back all. Like it's I think it's like muscles. If you didn't work out for a long time, but then you work out again, they remember and they are there. It's very similar. I started to learn Hebrew with a class when I was still in Redmond. And then I think we went to the past or to the future or something. And I was like, this is so screwed up. Like, I don't even recall or like it's not the same word. It doesn't sound like the same. It's like, and then if you don't speak it, you lose it. So I can still say a couple of things, but not follow a conversation.
That's fair. Like riding a bike in a sense, but also, you need to exercise the muscle, right? To your point, I joined a French Canadian customer, and they were passionate about speaking French. It took me a minute, but over the course of the calls I was on, it's all of a sudden I'm starting to hear it. I'm like, oh, okay, I know what they're saying, and I could communicate back. But don't ask me to write it down. Speaking and writing is completely different.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
different.
when I grew up, I like my grandma, she lived in Italy. She's not Italian. My mom isn't either, but my grandma lived there. And I spent a lot of vacations or holidays. What is it? School holidays there. I had my very first boyfriend was an Italian and like a police officer, carabiniere. So I wanted to learn Italian, but not English at school. My English was so bad when I joined Microsoft. But even my Italian wasn't fit for like a support case. Like I never spoke to anyone like, can you please restart your computer? Can you send me this file or empty your recycle bin? Like, this is just not what you speak in a casual conversation.
Those are my casual conversations.
Oh, sorry.
my language ability is also relationship driven. Like "Jag älskar dig," I think is Swedish for "I love you." I'm all over that one. I know "Vilket tiden," is that how good afternoon? Yeah, okay.
How are you in English? Yeah, German.
Okay.
How are you?
Yeah. Okay. So basically, so if I start meeting people, I'm just so I learned a little bit of Portuguese because there was somebody that like I need, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna dazzle them. But I just learn it quickly and then I drop it. So also they go nowhere. But the point I understand, Heike, where it's like it's enough to make sure that your message is landing in the way you need it to, and then you move on.
It's mostly greetings for me. When you visit certain countries,
right.
Beautiful, Edward. This is so nice because the country really appreciates it that someone makes the effort, because you can't just expect, and usually you do, that everybody speaks your language. Like you are in a different country. So I love that little effort of like, I say hi in
Guten Tag, wie geht es Ihnen?
Yeah, danke, good.
Yeah, try. I sent my son to work in Bavaria in college. So he did a work study in between Bavaria and Munich. So I sort of learned through him when he came back. Well, when he came back home, I let him stay a little while. Then I sent him back to Brussels. He graduated from the University of Antwerp. Then I brought him back home. So I wanted him to see the world a little bit, to understand the United States is not the be all, see all. Go see the world. And he still has friends he's made in Germany, still talks to Charlie, still talks to his friend in Prague. So now my son speaks 3 languages, and that's because he's had 3 girlfriends in 3 countries. So,
it is that thing that makes you love to learn the language.
Love to learn the language.
It's the love.
But I think it does show effort and respect. If you just try a little bit, I noticed that the natives go, that's cute, let's try it. Come on. Except for Paris. Leave it alone.
No, wife and I were in Paris, a few weeks ago, and they appreciate it. They appreciate it.
They did. Okay. Mine must be so terrible. So that's what it was.
Yeah, there's like, just stop. Stop.
If I keep looking out the window, guys, there's a bad thunderstorm getting ready to happen here. And so I'm
all right. Well, it's almost time for a break. Heike, or I just screwed your name up.
It is why because people are just used to say it. It's
Heike. Yeah, there you go. I thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for being here as part of our finale day. I think we truly appreciate it. I don't think we could have this without you. So thank you so much for doing this. To those folks listening in, we're actually going to go on a break here in about 5 minutes or so. So you can just kind of prep for that, grab your coffee, hit that bio break, and whatever. But
get a glass of wine ready if you are in a different time zone.
If you're, exactly. But
can we say this on a Microsoft? Can we advertise?
No.
We shouldn't advertise.
Oh, sure.
Don't drink wine.
It's live. No, it's live, Heike. That's it. Okay. Everybody knows now.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It's too late. I don't know what's going to happen to that ninja show, but it'll be fine.
I always have to remove all of these bottles because I can't show them. Yeah. So it's all the shelves are now empty.
Really? All of it. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
But Heike, because we're talking about languages, I'll just say Zaijian. Sorry,
Japanese?
Chinese is mine.
Chinese.
So yeah.
Mandarin or Cantonese?
Mandarin.
That's Mandarin.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
if you
I'll
put me
say
in,
this,
if you put me in country for a couple days, I can get around. It's like that, like you said, that muscle memory. It takes a little bit, but
I can figure out beer in 100 languages.
Oh, tell me in Spanish.
Beer.
Vanessa, what are we doing?
Yes.
Beer.
Okay.
Cerveza.
Oh, that's right. Ray speaks Spanish. She's
I can get it. I disappointed both of my grandmothers. They're turning in their graves right now. But I know enough. But it's very much that like relationship driven model. Like, oh,
There you
go
go.
out, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I like you. yes, this is good.
Yes.
Fantastic.
So, well, Heike, thank you so much for coming on the show. We really appreciate it. And let me see, as the beat is in.
Auf Wiedersehen. Yeah.
A little
All
bit.
right.
A little bit.
Danke
Well,
schön.
you have a great day. We will talk to you later.
Dankeschön.
Thanks for all you do. Good to see you.
Right.
All right, it's just us. Now we can man, I can't believe I botched her name right there at the end. I was doing so well.
You almost, man. I mean, it was
Almost made it.
softball. That's right. And I think it's the way we just separate. More importantly, when you speak English, you tend to want to separate when you see two vowels together. That your brain just wants to do it. So it's just Heike, right?
Heike, yeah. And
And
Ray.
it throws you off because it's supposed to be I before E, except after C, and she's Heike, right? So it's throwing you off a little bit. Yeah, she does really good work. Very, very modest about how much content. And I think the thing that she did not super emphasize, she has to herd a lot of cats.
Yeah.
Yes.
You heard her. People say, "Oh yeah, I want to do your video. Oh, I'll show up. Oh, I do this. I'm gonna put up." And so she's trying to put all this stuff together. Then people go, "Oh, well, I can't do that today. I'm busy right here. I forgot I got to fly to Redmond." But she's already committed to getting all these shows and all this content out. So you're gonna do that.
Well, and you notice people like that, right? That do these amazing things that we know about. It's hard for a person like that to talk about themselves, and they kind of minimize it a little bit. Okay, here's my tasks, but those tasks actually have a lot to them. That they actually, a lot of work that goes into it.
Well, it looks like we're about to go on our break here and grab some more coffee or your beverage of choice. More water for Ed. Gotta do that. Stay highly hydrated and do that. So, how long do we have, Mr. Trent, before we get our next guest on?
We have at the bottom of the half hour, we have an amazing, our last guest of the day on, which this day has gone super quick. I don't know how that happened. I was kind of thinking about it last week. I'm like, man, this is going to be kind of a long day, but it's literally just 3 of our shows that we do every Monday, right? Just 3 shows strung together. So it works out pretty well.
And it's amazing how people sit here and tell time. We have our next guest on at the bottom half of the next half hour. Like,
yeah.
How do you do
that? Yeah.
The bottom half of the next half hour.
In about 15 minutes, we will have Renuka on, and you all are going to be super impressed. She runs a bunch of, or manages a bunch of women groups within Microsoft that I had no clue till I talked to her last week.
Very cool.
So awesome.
Everybody back at what time is that?
We will be back with 5 minutes to go till the half hour.
Okay.
And then we'll introduce Renuka and bring her on.
He refuses to use numbers.
See you in 10 minutes, Ed. Don't worry. I got you, bud.
Making me do word problems.
Yeah.
Word problems. Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to everyone momentarily.
Okay.
All right. Hey, looks like we're back. Where's my co-hosts? Where are they?
I'm right here, man.
There's Edward. Where's Ray? She'll be here shortly, probably.
I'm coming. I'm just trying to find all my buttons. Hold on.
Oh, okay. There's Brody. Hey, welcome back, everyone. We have 5 minutes till we invite our last guest of the day on the show. It's literally our last guest. How is this possible that this day has gone this quick? I don't get it.
Just flown by.
Yeah, it's just fun. It's just fun. I love what we do. Yeah, Edward, I would say I feel like I could take a nap after this, but
no, that's not one of my eyes. It's just red today. And I slept well. I mean, go to bed.
Yeah.
Ray is freezing. She's gonna put a jacket. You put a jacket on, Ray?
No, I'm wearing. I'm in the exact. Am I having like a fever dream? What's going?
No, your shirt looks big on you. It looks like it was a jacket.
Well, yeah, I'm a tiny little person. This is how you become a pro when you get your MRI. You have so many. You have to, for some reason, they take my weight and they have it in kilograms because in America, obviously, we're not that sophisticated sometimes. And so, but they do it so that they do it in kilograms so that you're not caught up because you'll pounds right here. And so as they were like checking me in, I spent my time like, I'm going to convert this real quick. What do we got? What are we working with? Like, as they're trying, like finding my vein, I'm like, oh, okay, good for me. Good for me. So yes, I'm a little, I'm trying to get, you got to take your health when you can, where you can. So,
yeah.
Who you telling? Who are you telling? I'm right there with you. I can't stay like I'm an old model breaking down. We can't find parts for me anymore. My back's broken, leg and knee is not working. Transmission is slipping, so it's all right though. It's all right. Classic.
Yeah, I agree. I forget what day it was. Saturday I woke up, or maybe it was Sunday morning, and I just felt like somebody had beat the crap out of me, and I didn't do anything.
Well,
Not that you remember.
we're not going to judge your date nights, Rod.
Right.
Do it. That'll do it right there. No, it's good stuff. I'm just hoping that this thunderstorm or whatever's about to happen passes by.
You're building this up, and now I feel it's very foreboding and ominous. I'm getting nervous for you. Before I was like, oh, okay, but now you're like, and there's a storm a coming. Like what?
We need the rain. We need the rain. There's so much pollen out here. It's like the whole world is yellow.
We got a huge dump of snow over the weekend. I shoveled in the morning before it warmed up because it was nice and fluffy, which was great. And then in the afternoon, I saw everybody else who waited, and it was just hard, wet snow because it's like freeze thaw right now. So I had to shovel a second time, but it wasn't backbreaking, luckily. But we also need the moisture, Edward. I feel you. It's really dusty here.
You got to have the snowpack. You got your water. People always need the water. The snowpack helps the water table. Gotta get the snow, man.
Snow is the reason why the north and western hemispheres are so productive from an agricultural standpoint. The snowpack is essential, right? And it's
coming down the Colorado River and everything up there.
Yeah.
And Hey, have you ever been to Montreal?
I haven't. Well, I drove through it very quick when I was young, but I have not enjoyed Montreal.
You drove? How old were you?
Oh no! We were in my mom's minivan, and we went across the country, and we she drove us to Nova Scotia, to the East Coast, and
I'm thinking about making a little weekend trip up there or something. You
should come spend your money. You get a big discount. The currency exchange is terrible in your favor, and
what is Montreal known for besides? Well, I'm trying to think. What do I know that Montreal is known for?
I know it
other than hockey.
I heard that the nightlife can be pretty scandalous.
Oh,
no comment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pretty scandalous. Oh yeah.
We may have to cover this on a different show.
Food and culture and architectural buildings and
cheese curds.
Yeah.
Cheese curds. Oh yeah. You know what? Maybe that is. Yeah. Somebody said cheese curds or something. I was listening to a pack of peanuts or something. They were talking about it.
We'll
figure it out. We'll figure it out. I thought
we are at the top of the hour, by the way.
It is.
And you know what that means?
High noon.
It's High noon.
A duel.
That's also ominous. Yeah, I appreciate that though. We do have our last guest to invite to the stage. Renuka, are you here?
I'm here.
Yeah, there you go. Renuka, good day. How are you?
I'm doing great. And how are you all doing?
We're doing well.
Fairly well. I see that you live where a lot of other Microsoft people live.
With your background.
With the background, yeah.
It's a common house with lots of bedrooms.
Yeah.
Everybody at Microsoft
One
plays piano.
Microsoft.
There you go. And
Yeah,
then
I'm
she
wearing my Microsoft jacket too. I was like,
I
oh,
like that. Is it a fleece?
look at that.
Looks comfy.
I thought it was a doctor's jacket at first.
I know. I was like, she's.
I thought she was a doctor. I said she has a doctor's jacket on. Wow.
Oh, is that what it looks like? Then I should change my jacket.
Great.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We truly appreciate it. We thought, how best to blow out our entire day with our finale with you as our final guest. So this is going to be awesome. Would you like to introduce yourself? Tell us who you are, what you do at Microsoft, and then we'll go from there, I think.
Yes. First of all, I'm so excited. This is my first podcast, especially in this format. So I feel kind of honored and kind of cool. So we'll see how it goes. But my name is Renuka Iyer, and I have been at Microsoft for around 20 years now. Yeah, I'm dating myself. I'm a boomerang, as they say. So I was here, I left, and I came back. And I've done various roles at Microsoft. I hail from India, if you can't tell from my beautiful brown skin. I originally came from India. I've been in the US for, 25 plus years. So this is home, feels like home now. I started my career at India in a software company. I was a developer, so I did like a back-end and front-end development. Moved to US, and my first job, it was like, goosebump kind of moment. I got a role at Microsoft, and coming from India, it's most people's dream who's in software, right, to work at Microsoft. So it was kind of cool that I got the gig, and I was like, pinch me, is this real? Is this real? Kind of a thing.
Awesome.
But then landed here, was a backend developer, and then moved, started as a vendor, moved into full-time, got into test management for a period of time. And that is when I also kind of explored people management here at Microsoft, all the good and the not so good parts of people management, but loved it. Then moved to program management from test management, was a feature PM, engineering PM, then did a little stint in business management. And that is the time when I moved to healthcare, wanted to explore healthcare, was excited about healthcare. So moved to Primera Blue Cross, which is Microsoft's healthcare company. Not healthcare, the company that takes care of Microsoft's healthcare. And worked there for about 5 years and had an opportunity to come back to Microsoft in 2018. And this time I came into customer experience engineering team in the security organization. My role was to enable the partner ecosystem, external partners on Intune, our device management thing. So that was also my entry and kind of a chance run into security, right? So that is device management. And during that time, I learned all about the holistic security story that Microsoft has across device management, data security, the external threat, and things like that. So yeah, that is how I kind of got into security and the cybersecurity world. So that's me. And on the personal side, I am married, have 2 kids, 2 adult kids. Yeah, life is good.
Yeah. That's interesting. I don't think that a lot of people realize that. So I started my life as, desktop management person. A lot of people don't realize, and that was before you tacked the word security on it. I don't think people realize that connection between Intune and security. How did that come about in your mind? Like, yeah, this is a security thing. Because at Microsoft, we say, yeah, it's part of the umbrella, but a a lot of desktop management people don't think of themselves as security people.
Yeah, that's a good question. So for me, again, it was by chance, like I said, when I started learning about Intune, and coming in, I didn't know anything about Intune, by the way, so I learned it on the job. At that time, Microsoft, we didn't have the security organization, but Microsoft did have a story which we kind of tagged at that time as SCIM. S standing for security, the defender part of security, that was just tagged as security, right? The C was for compliance, which is now transformed into Purview, data security, and that aspect. The I was for identity, so that's all our Entra and all of that stuff. And M was for device management, right? So this is that holistic Microsoft story that we have, where we have security and management across, data, devices, things like that. So that's how I think the Microsoft story came about, and that's how I kind of got excited, because I think we are the only company in the world who can tell that holistic story in this beautiful way, that we have security across all aspects, and the kind of data that we have, so we can protect customers, is also unique, right, to Microsoft. So I do drink the Kool-Aid with Microsoft. So you'll see a little bit of bias for Microsoft
That's
here.
all right.
You share truth, the holistic platform, customer-focused experience. So there's no Kool-Aid necessary. You just explained it factually.
Yeah.
Well, look, if you like, here's my take on it, if I may. I love having these conversations with customers. If you're talking like, okay, you're comparing Microsoft tech to other companies' tech, fine. Let's just pretend that they're all pretty equal, right? All the major players are all pretty equal. You look at the Gartner chart, they're all kind of bunched up in that area, fine. But who's got the best signals intelligence across all of those, right? And Microsoft is everywhere. So we're collecting signals from everything. We're like the board, right?
78 trillion. I think.
Yeah, whatever the trillions and bajillions are now.
78 trillion, I think.
Yeah, I'd rather have so if every front end solution is similar, then the signals intelligence that backs it is really the key differentiator, right? And that's why the Borg win every time.
Yeah. Well said there, Brody. I mean, we have the products and we have the signals. I mean, most companies provide one or the other pillars, right? They don't even have the product suite that we have across, like I talked about. And it's a pretty cool place to be.
Yeah, it's good to be a shareholder here. That's for sure.
That's for sure.
That's true. So you're living out your dream, is what I heard.
I truly am. Knock on wood. Yes.
So a lot of the people that we generally talk to during this month, they've made a pivot from something else, right? So we had a couple years ago, Maria Thompson. I don't know if you know that she was a dance instructor. She was a dance instructor. She wasn't even in security. But yeah, so you didn't quite have this pivot. You're living out your dream. But my question is, why did you leave Microsoft? What did you do outside of Microsoft? Was it development at that point before you got into cybersecurity? So there was sort of a pivot, I guess.
Well, there was a pivot. So originally my major is in chemistry. So there you go. From chemistry, somehow I got interested in computers. So I did a postgraduate course in computer science. So that was my kind of coming into this foray. And from there, I think, from there, I think it's been software for me. I didn't start in security, but it has always been software. And somehow it's been, apart from India, even in India, the company that I worked for, it was called Ramco Systems, was one of the larger companies for India in that period of time. I'm talking the late 90s there, right? And when I came here, I started at Microsoft as a developer, like I said, and then actually I moved to Intel for a little bit of time in Oregon. And that was a short, maybe 18-month stint or something. And I found like dramatic difference between the culture in Intel and Microsoft. So when I got married when I was in Oregon, my husband got a job in Microsoft. So we moved back here kind of for him. And then I found a job back here as well. But yeah, I mean, I think software has kind of been my thing. The reason I moved to Primera after my little stint at Microsoft was to explore healthcare. I think healthcare is still at a point where it's not affordable, it's not sustainable the way it is, and I'm still passionate about healthcare. Maybe I'll do more in the healthcare realm at some point in time. But my thought process was that I want to do something there. That industry is going through transformation, and let me see if there's something I can do there. So I did do product management type role at Primera. Nothing to do with security. But yeah. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, there were here and there.
I was kind of going down that you're still kind of living your dream type of scenario, in that you I think you hit on it. It was the culture. Maybe that was one of the reasons why you wanted to come back to Microsoft. Maybe we're more, Microsoft, I believe, and at least the way that I've seen it, is more of an inclusive entity, I think, than many others.
Absolutely. I think when I left, we were still with Steve Ballmer, and when I came back, Satya had taken over, and there was I having been at Microsoft for 10 plus years in my first stint, I had a lot of friends and colleagues at Microsoft, so I would hear about things happening, right? And the culture shift that Satya brought, the growth mindset, the being curious, all of that stuff really resonated with me well. And honestly, for me, and I've heard that it's true of some others as well, if you're here and then you go back, there is no other company like Microsoft. In so many different ways. The other thing, in addition to the culture and the things that Satya brought, which all totally resonated with me, the other thing that pulled me is also a Give campaign, honestly. In my first stint as well, I was passionate about the Give campaign, did a lot of things. When I left and went to Primera, a part of me also wanted to do a more in the community. Like I also considered working at the foundation, because I wanted my time to be even more useful for the community. So I considered working at the foundation, Bill Gates Foundation, for a period of time, and then I went to Primera because it is not a charity nonprofit, but it is not for profit. And I didn't know the difference then. It's another conversation for another time, but there are differences between not for profit and nonprofits, right? So anyways, back to Microsoft, to your question, Rob. Yes, the culture did pull me back, the giving campaign. I mean, the amount of stuff that Microsoft does through the Give campaign, most companies in the world, their net worth is in that. I mean, it's mind-boggling, honestly, if you look at it, right? So when I came back, I was like, okay, I can make a difference, bigger difference, through Microsoft as well. So that was another pull for me, in addition to the culture.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the Give campaign. I've been a beneficiary of some of the generosity to my nonprofit that is registered through the Give campaign. So you see people that hear it, and I'll see things that people make donations and leave notes, and I make sure I write them back. Sometimes it's anonymous, but if they leave their name, I'll write back to say thank you. And you talked about community and being able to serve, and I see that this is real for you. Like, we're doing Women in Cybersecurity Month, but we're not your first place. I think about 3 weeks ago, you and Dorothy did Microsoft Women in Cybersecurity.
Yes.
And that was really great. I heard it was packed to the gills in the room. There was standing room only. So how was that doing that? I personally didn't, you sort of know that this thing must exist. You just don't know who's doing it. Then when I saw your name and I saw Dorothy's name, it had to be about a month ago, maybe a little less. And you did Women in Cyber. How was that?
Amazing. So I am part of Microsoft, as you know, has a lot of focus on the women community, right? So we have the women at Microsoft, and then laddering down to that is women of Microsoft Security. So each of Satya's LT has a women ERG, right? So I am in the security org. So I am actually part of the board of the Women of Microsoft Security, Charlie
Oh.
Bell's organization, that ERG. And even before the security org was formed, which was recent since Charlie Bell joined, right? I was part of what we call SCM, Security Compliance and Management. I was part of a women's board there. So I'm very passionate about this cause even before all of this happened. So as part of the board, and last 2 years, I think we started doing this annual women's conference when we were SCM. And then when we transformed to Microsoft Security, we continued that tradition as the Microsoft Security Women's Organization. This is my 3rd year in the Microsoft Security being part of the annual summit. The first year, I got trained by another veteran, Sandhya, who led this, and amazing. I wasn't on the stage, but I was. We have this term called GC, General Contractor, which basically means the buck stops with you, right? You're kind of leading the whole thing. So I was the GC the first year, so 2 years ago, and then the second year I was a GC as well as I emceed. So I was the host for the event. And every year, it's been amazing, Edward, to see this conference grow. The 3rd year, right? The first year that we all started this, it was virtual only. We had just come out of COVID, and we're like, okay, it's too big. We're going to, keep it virtual. The next year, we're like, okay, things are opening up, and Redmond can't be just the base. So, we got to expand it. So we actually made it really, truly worldwide. We have a conference for the EMEA APJ region, and then one for the Americas region. And we made it hybrid for the first time. And trust me, gosh, to run an event, you all do these events, so you probably have a sense of it. But to run an event, it's almost like 1,000 participants across the two events, right? And the logistics are pretty mind-boggling to plan 2 events that are kind of at the same similar time, same time, but 2 separate events, virtual and in person. So we had what we call watch parties. So we had some places where people could come in and kind of, mingle, because the whole point was community building and things like that. And we had maybe 5 watch parties last year. So the first year was virtual only. Second year, it was Redmond, and then some watch parties, maybe 5 locations. And this year, we had, I want to say 12 plus watch parties, right, across the world. So it's grown pretty much, and it's so gratifying. The leadership leans in. Charlie Bell, his directs lean in. We talk about security, the innovations there. We talk about some leadership skills. We talk about different things, but the whole idea is to bring the community together and kind of talk about anything security or leadership related. So it's been an amazing journey.
Oh, that's fascinating. How do you see, what's the impact, in your opinion, of that community engagement? What are you seeing day to day, week to week, as part of follow-on activities from that engagement across the leadership and across the different sectors of Microsoft and women in general?
So many connections are built. Like, I know that personally, to me, right after the event, we had a networking event for an hour, lunch and networking. I must have spoken to, I don't know, within that hour, 30 plus people one-on-one, right? There was literally, I was like, this is just me. What's going on here? There was a line to talk to me. I'm like, no, what's going on here? So, and then so many people came and told me that they found connections to leadership. Like, Brett was there. So many leadership people were there. Rob was there. Michael Wallen was there. Mike Adams, who's our leader, he couldn't make it. He generally attends the whole event too. So there are so many leaders who come in. And what we do right after the event is in Redmond, we did that networking thing where we had multiple tables, and we had Charlie's XLT kind of hosted tables informally, right? So you could ask, it was like an AMA. It was really, really engaging is the feedback that I got. And the connections continue from there. That is where the power comes in, right? So people are finding mentors, allies, to kind of continue their growth, their journeys, and things like that. So I think that is where the power of connections and the community building happens.
Well, and I think, that's a way you also know that it's resonating when people actually go do things without you having to, push them to do that. I think that's important. See the success. Edward's on mute. He's trying to talk. He did it again.
So with you running the program at Microsoft for security, what particular vertical of security or solution vertical are you running right now?
Yeah.
I can't figure out what you're in charge of. Unless you got the entirety of
no. So I started in Intune. So I had device management for a period of time. And a couple of years ago, I moved to Purview. Okay. So which is the data security aspect, right? So actually beyond data security. So yeah, I presently my team and I support the Purview products. And I think I was telling Rod earlier that maybe we should do a session on data security and Purview in one of your podcasts, right? Kind of explaining a little bit of what Purview is all about. Purview has grown so much. That business is just thriving, growing. The innovations that we are doing in the AI Copilot space, just like many other products. But again, I'm more in touch with Purview right now. So amazing work and stuff happening there.
AI made it cool. It was boring before AI showed up, and then AI shows up. It's like, oh, we all need this. This is all important stuff. And now
exactly. Yeah. So suddenly, when the M365 Copilot rolled out, partly people were like, oh, I better protect my data. Okay, So
we've been telling you that.
Definitely given a boost as well.
Brody's our resident Purview expert, but Rod and I are finding ourselves quickly have to come up to speed because we are deep into Security Copilot.
Yeah.
And Purview.
And Purview is supporting that too.
Yes. Yeah. Copilot is trying to catch up to Purview. Purview is super powerful. It's like trying to stuff a Volkswagen engine into a Beetle. Because so Copilot, like, I want to do it, but I don't know how.
Leading the charge.
I do a Security Copilot prompt of the day, and I've been focused on Purview for the past 2 weeks. And
nice.
There's some amazing things you can glean out of the data that Purview collects. So.
And the reason it's probably taken off so well, I think we said on the previous shows, we've been talking about Copilot and talking about the different things. When you're using Security Copilot against the other things other than devices, they seem very abstract, right? But data is real.
Yeah.
It is there. It is being accessed and it is being transmitted, just like devices. Devices are there. They are on. Yeah. Someone is logging on to them. When you look at other things in Copilot, you look at things that they're vapor. I'm trying to find an imaginary threat actor. I'm trying to find an imaginary security incident, based on some other tools. But when you're using it and you're looking for data, the data is there. It's digital, but it's there. And the devices are there. You can touch them. So that's the reason I'm liking the way it's interacting with those two. And those two happen to be the most popular plugins and integrations that I'm seeing there right now. Right.
It's traditional security, right? It's information security. That's where this all came from, right? And so if you think, I'm going to get on a soapbox, but if you're zero trust mindset and you assume that the attackers are inside your environment, the last bastion of what you need to protect is your data, right? Yeah. Ultimately, that's what it is, right? It's data from a promiscuous AI, data from individuals, intentional or unintentional. It's literally all about the data. Ransomware affects the data, right? Yep. That is the core of the whole conversation, but it's fun to get lost in that to Edward's point, the identity attacks and the device attacks and, the sophisticated threat actors and blah, blah, blah. Like, what are they actually after? It's the data, right?
It's the data. It's the data and your identity. I get either one of those, I got you. And we're going from there. I almost went down that whole compliance route when I first joined Microsoft because I was the MCAS guy. And the MCAS guy had to know AIP. Then you have the little compliance manager. So I went a different route. I started going down the MDE, MDO, MDI route. But I don't know. Maybe time for a switch. What do you think, Brody? Will you take me under your wing? I can become.
as a consultant, I just pivot, right? So I have worked on Purview a lot, but not recently. But like, so Edward, I'd love to help you, of course, right? And like, and then Renuka, I mean, when I went to Ignite with the team here, you know, the data security posture management for AI was one of the bigger announcements. And I don't know, is there anything you want to elaborate on in terms of where we're going down roadmaps? Anything you're excited about on that front? Because that's like the new shiny in our Purview stack that I think is very important.
Yes, I mean DSPM is. I think it's going to be a game changer. Super excited. So many new announcements coming. Some, we've shared. Some we haven't. So, but yeah, I mean, the entire focus right now is all of those amazing things. There's DSI coming. There's DSPM coming. I don't know if you've heard of DSI, but yeah, super excited about DSPM, and I think it's going to really help us. In our Copilot journey. We already have DSPM for AI, which tracks all our Copilot integrations and things. So DSPM is really going to be amazing for the business.
Yeah, it's like a necessity. It's funny because like security can't be the department of no. Capitalism is going to say every company wants AI, right? Because they all want to compete with one another, whatever their vision of what AI can potentially do for them, we'll put that aside, but they all want it. So you can't get in the way of that. You need to be protecting it in the motions, right? So to Edward's point, it's a great time to be involved in it. To your point, Renuka, it's an important capability that everybody should be taking a look at one way or another.
Absolutely. I love the passion for Purview here.
Well, there is, and it's like Edward said, it's growing because we see the necessity and the need for it. I early on, I built some sessions and delivered sessions for the AI tour. And one of the earliest things I can remember from customers as we started that series, their questions were, oh my goodness, I need to inventory my data. How do I do that? Even at the time, Purview, when you turn on the data scan, it would take days because they literally had never done anything, right? No data inventory at all. I mean, we've improved that quite a bit, but that is super important.
Absolutely.
One of the things that I was interested in, just kind of beyond Purview, getting back to women in cybersecurity. We talked to Donna Sarkar earlier today as well, and she was always kind of on the cusp or the edge of whatever that next thing is, and it really sounds like that's what the path that you have followed in your career path at Microsoft and the other places that you've worked. It seems like you're following that next thing. How do you do that? Do you do that is there mentors that do you utilize mentorships? Because when you think about the Women in Cyber event that you're part of, that is kind of a community mentorship program when you think about it, right? So how do you find that next thing that you want to work on?
Yeah. For me, honestly, I feel like I haven't intentionally gone after the next shiny object. It's kind of either landed or it's happened somewhat organically. And sometimes I do it's not fully true, actually. When I was on Intune and there's conversations about my VP taking over, because when the organization started, when I started in CXC 2018 timeframe, Mike Adams' group only supported Intune, so that was the only thing. And then he expanded to, supporting Defender, and then there's conversations about compliance at that time, which is Purview now, coming into his scope. And I remember telling my manager then and my skip level, Mike Adams, that hey, if you ever take compliance, that looks interesting to me. I'll throw my hat, my name in, and I'd love to lead that. So yeah, you're right. Maybe I did, kind of go after it. But compliance really sounded interesting. And after a few years in Intune, you or any product or technology, right? Because I knew that entire story that Microsoft had into an SEIM and beyond. I did want to try a new technology. This was up and coming, and it was like a new job without leaving my team, right? So I think I did ask for that. But you said another thing, which is mentors. I have always had mentors throughout my career, from early in career to now. And I have many mentors who have actually guided me, coached me. I have coaches, mentors, and thankfully now sponsors as well. But yeah, the mentors have guided me on, hey, this might be a good thing, or you might want to rethink about this, given your passion, your skill set, and things like that. So they have definitely shaped who I am today and helped me navigate my journey and my path. Absolutely. I wouldn't be here without the help of my mentors and the coaches that I have, honestly.
Yeah. So when you identified those mentors, I guess that was probably people you either worked alongside of, or was it more part of that, your intent to work with community, that you found those mentors?
That's a good question. I think mostly it has been people I have worked with or heard about from the past. And I realized early in career, I used to think I'll have one mentor, and that mentor will help me with all aspects of my needs, right? And as I have grown in my career and my thinking, I realized that you could have many mentors. In fact, it helps to have many mentors depending on the area or space you want to grow in, or improve upon. It could be a scenario, a situation, and you can find different people you can tap into for different things. So I had somebody who could help me with like my technology stuff. I had somebody who could help me with leadership. I had another person who I considered great at communication. So so I basically, based on the need I had at any point in time, I would tap into people and approach them for a limited period of time, right? So again, the mentor relationship isn't a forever relationship, right? So I would time box it and say that, okay, I need help with this situation. Can we connect for maybe a couple months, 3 months, and move along?
Were you intentional with your development program, or was it just more instinctual, where like, oh, I feel like this area I can crisp up, or I know that I need to have deeper technical chops to be that much more impactful and effective, or like, did you curate your growth plan?
Yeah, so I think it's a bit of a hybrid model where I have been intentional, and I think it was one of my mentors who said, "This is your board of directors, right? Think of your mentors and sponsors and allies as a community of your board of directors who each will bring something and offer something to you." And I do the same for others as well. I'm both a mentor and a mentee, and I've been that for many years. But to your question, Ray. I have been intentional. I based on either the feedback or my own reflection on, okay, here are some of the areas I would like to improve to get to the next level. I might tap into somebody intentionally, and then some of it has also been organic, so, where I didn't really seek out, but somebody came into my life and they offered something, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I needed this at this point in time. Universe sometimes has a weird way of bringing the right people to you at the right time. So so it's, I think, a combination of, I have definitely been intentional on, I want better leadership skills or communication skills, or I'm going through a situation where I need somebody else's input on how to navigate something. So I have definitely been intentional, and then I've added on somehow some organic mentors and coaches who have helped along the way.
Thank you. And
I love Ray. That. Yeah, and I love that intentional part of that, right? Because I think a lot of times people are, and how do you go about this yourself? Afraid to reach out to other people to ask for mentorship, almost like people like to do things and feel like if they can't do it themselves, they can't do it. But in reality, it's kind of a compliment when somebody reaches out, in my opinion.
Exactly. Yeah.
For that mentorship.
Well, I like how she time boxes as well, right? Like I have some mentees, but they've been going on a little while, and I'm wondering if the value is still there. And I like your intent to time box, right? And it's nothing against these individuals. It's just, look, I assisted you. You're killing it right now. Am I still providing value? Right. So, and then and another question was like, I hear you focusing on areas you crisp up in, I think is the term that Ray used. What's that balance between asking for mentorship in an area that you're strong in, that you want to improve even further, versus a deficiency that you feel you exhibit and you want to grow in, right? I feel like people focus on one or the other, or there's a mantra around that. Do you have any thoughts on that type of approach?
I do. In fact, early in my career, one of my mentors I went with a gap, right? I'm like, oh, I'm not good at this. And the mentor said, time out. If you're not good at something, first he had me list what I feel I'm good at, right? So I listed, I feel this is my strength, kind of a thing. And he's like, why don't you focus on your strengths? Build it up, because it is already a strength. And wherever you have gaps, yes, identify them and see how you can leverage the rest of your community, your team, your others to bridge those gaps. And you keep enhancing your superpowers, right? So I love that you asked this, Brody, because that was a big shift in my brain on, that's a good point. Why am I struggling to build something that I don't naturally do, unless it's a technology or something like that? That's a growing, evolving thing. But that has been my mindset since then. So that was a big shift in my brain through this mentor who said that. And it was like, oh, that makes sense, So that was a big shift, and I did start doing that. I started focusing more on what I'm naturally good at. I'm good at connections. I'm good at talking to people. I get energy. What is it that gives me positive energy? I'm doing more of that, and then I'm supplementing with a really smart team of people and colleagues and others who help bridge that gap on where that might be their superpower, and it's a win-win, right? So you leverage all the superpowers. And Mike Adams, who's our CXC CVP, had also mentioned something similar a few years ago, which again resonated. It's like, we don't have to do it all. Leverage the ecosystem to really up the game, leverage everybody for their skills. So
Thank you for sharing. That means a lot to me. I appreciate you sharing that success in that area. I'm going to continue on that front. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for asking that question, because it's, I think most people think of mentorship and all of that as, oh, let's bridge the gap. And sometimes it is some of the skills you have to develop, but it's always good to step back, pause, and think about what your superpowers are, what your thing is, and keep enhancing that, because then you'll naturally do better there. Sorry, Ray, you were saying something.
No, you're amazing. I share the same leadership, so I'm right there with you. And I wanted to pick your brain around like the techniques that you use to perform that self-reflection, that very clinical, almost like inventory of what you're bringing to the table, so that you can categorize strengths. Here are my gaps, and so that you can lean into your strengths. And then how, taking that further, have you grappled with imposter syndrome? And if so, and if it had a material impact on you, how were you able to combat it? How were you able to overcome it?
Yeah. Love this question. And I think it was a two-part question. Maybe the second part was imposter syndrome. And Ray, the first part, can you say that again?
Yes, for sure. The techniques that you employed to really perform that assessment, the inventory of your strengths.
Yes. Thank you for that reminder. So there are so many ways, and it's a tough one. I will say it's a tough one. It's very difficult for you to just, take a pen and pencil it out. And this is my strength and this is my weakness. It takes time. It takes a lot of self-reflection to, I use a few techniques, Ray. So there is a thing called Strength Finders. So it's it's like a survey, and it's a book, and it's a thing you can do as a team as well, where it goes through a process of identifying your strengths. So see if that resonates. Each of us is so different. You have to find what works for you. So that is one technique. The other one is at Microsoft, actually, you can do, there is a cost to it, but you can do a 360 survey. So you can reach out. It's a survey that you can send to, if your leadership agrees to pay for it. You can send a survey, which is something you buy, and you send it to all your stakeholders to get this holistic 360 view of how you are perceived by others, right? There is self-reflection is great, but then it's also, you need to know what's the perception of others about you, because sometimes they can be different. I might think I am this way, but then the perception could be different. So I think a combination of self-reflection and validation through talking to your trusted, advisors, stakeholders, to say that, be my mirror, tell me how it is. You need to have those people in your life. So I think a combination of that helps identify the strength. Then I also leverage the connects time, right? The mid-year and the end of year connects, the reflection portion. I actually do take it seriously. And I tell my directs also that make it real. Like, this is the place. That is also the growth mindset that, Satya and the company promotes, right? So I use, if I don't have time, otherwise, at least these 2 times, twice a year, I use this connect season to really self-reflect on what is it that I'm good at, where I need to improve, what is the feedback I'm getting, rationalize it. So those are some of the techniques, I would say. Our perspectives are also good, and some people, I will say that, may give light feedback on perspectives because it's visible to managers. So you have to kind of really poke people to say that, give me something that'll help me improve, rather than everything is roses, because we all know we are humans and we are all not perfect, and we know we've been to a meeting where we haven't shown up the best way. So I'm like, call it out, because it helps me grow. So those are some of the ways I have tried to find my strengths, and just sitting, close your laptop, put some focus music on, and take a pen and paper and kind of write down what gives you energy, what takes energy away from you, and that will also lead to your strengths and weaknesses in some way, right? So those are the things I would say in terms of identifying strengths. And then imposter syndrome, definitely have had that. I believe I still have it. And what I noticed is that my imposter syndrome, and maybe it's true for others, maybe not, you tell me, every stage of my career and life, I've had a different thing that contributed to my imposter syndrome, right? And I've found ways to navigate through it, and I feel I've gotten better at it. But I think it's something, I believe statistically it's been said that women have more of that than men, and don't know how true that is, but that's what I've heard. And I think building confidence, preparedness, having allies, all of that helps. And one of my mentors once told me that if you've been invited to a meeting, they need you. They need your input. So don't second guess yourself on, oh my gosh, if you've been invited, you're there for a good reason, and trust that, and kind of do your best, right? So that has helped me. Even this podcast, right? I was like, oh, they invited Vasu Jakal, and now I have to be on this podcast. I've never done anything on this in this format, but I was like, hey, I was invited. I'll do what I can. I'll do my best. It's
That's
me. And then, we go from there. So I think you have to be intentional about working on it. You need allies. You need your mentors to kind of keep pushing you to say that you are worth it. And I think, Ray, there's a little bit of the representation is still low, right? In the women in tech, women in cybersecurity. So I think it may attribute a little bit to how some people feel, because we don't have as many role models. It's growing, it's getting to the right place. So I think it's a combination of the self-talk. Another mentor of mine I recently met said that there are voices in your brain. Give a name to each of them and ask them to shush the ones that you don't want, right? The devil and the angel, like they say, right?
Work.
So there is this voice, and she gave me good feedback. She said that, name those voices, to say that here is this voice which is lack of confidence, and here is the one that is positivity, here is this. And so when that pops up, give it that name and say that, hey, silent or no,
Yeah.
here's this other voice which is going to kind of help me move to that next level. So many times it's just voices in our head, and I think we have to be intentional about working on them and then take the support of community and mentors.
I just named one of mine Brody, by the way. So
Yeah.
let me say, shout out Brody.
Mine, Rod.
Brody's not has a
That's
Brody.
a positive rock kind of a voice, right?
Yeah. You made a comment that might have been some study or statistics that were more women who perceived or were identified as having imposter syndrome. I think that the women are more apt to admit it. That's what it is.
Ooh.
Could be.
Are you saying men have egos, Edward?
You don't hear from me, but I'm just saying. I don't do the thing of naming the voices. When I feel it, and we all feel it, I just try to identify what aspect of this imposter syndrome am I feeling. Is it because I don't know the thing that they brought me on to do it? Do I not know it into the depth? Or am I afraid that they're going to ask me a question that I may not know the answer to? So I try to identify the vectors, and if I don't think I can rectify it or get that feeling away, I focus on the things I know I'm good at. So I gear the conversation in the customer meeting toward that, right? And then if you just talk long enough, the customer would give you the answer that they're asking you the question about. So there are different ways to get the techniques, right? But anybody that says they don't feel imposter syndrome, even Satya feels it sometimes. I'm sure
I agree. I feel
Well
super. To be honest, I feel super inadequate for every single thing that I do, and it's like a personality thing, right? But I push myself through and I get through it, and it turns out okay. Maybe it doesn't always turn out the way that I was expecting, because we're always expectant of great things. But I literally feel inadequate for every single thing that I do.
And one other thing that I do that's helped, and I was sort of reluctant at first because I didn't want to maybe hear the answer. When I've done this thing, I used to worry about how people perceived. Or did they think I did a good job? You just ask somebody, how do you think I did in the room? Like, well, you did great. Or, yeah, we thought you were going to talk about that topic and you didn't, or you didn't elaborate enough or something like that. That's okay. I'll do better next time, right?
Exactly.
In Women in Cyber Month, right? Stand on theme. I was excited to see you and Dorothy. We had done that event. I met Dorothy before, I believe, or you watched something when she was at AWS. I think that's where I remember from. How is that? Is that internally sponsored, or is this a passion project for you and her? I couldn't really get the details.
Yeah, it is actually sponsored by the ERG.
It is the ERG. Okay.
It is sponsored by the Women of Microsoft Security ERG, so Charlie Bell's women organization, right? So it is sponsored by that. And there's a lot of interest. We meet with Charlie Bell. I believe it used to be quarterly, and then we had Rob Lefferts and Terrell Cox as our exec sponsors. So they lean in quite a bit. We have a whole board very passionate about this. Again, this is all volunteer time, right? So you have to have passion for it. You know how crazy busy everything is, but you have to, everybody who's on that board, as well as the volunteer team, is passionate about the cause, because you wouldn't be there if you're not passionate, because it's a lot of time and energy outside of your work to kind of do this. And it does take a village, and the village pulls through every single time.
Well, I highly recommend a young woman by the name of Ray Wolfram. She would be great to be a volunteer even on your board.
We would love to have these volunteers. The more the merrier. We always need help.
Okay. Well, Ray, I just got you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was gonna try to ingratiate myself after the call.
Yeah.
Because you've been an amazing presenter, speaker, and just to circle back, it's starting with humility and self-acceptance. And to your point, Edward, you sitting with like okay, this is going to be super uncomfortable. And then Rod, thank you so much for sharing. I genuinely would never have I would never have imagined that you struggle with a sense of missing the mark or not being like as polished and as impeccable as you are. And that's just super helpful for me to be around all, I think I'm nothing to sneeze at, but to be around all of these heavy hitters and these serious power players saying, hey, you know what, it'll never go away, but you will get better at engaging with it.
Get better at hiding it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And we'll get better at displaying vulnerability, right? And that's important.
That is so true. And I'll be honest. So I am scared of public speaking. I like the idea of it. I like doing it, but I am honestly like, my lips go dry and the nervousness just comes in. And that's where I decided that, okay, I'm going to host this women's community. It's a large event. It's, high profile, but that is getting out of my comfort zone. I do get enjoyment out of it as well, but it is something I was not very comfortable with, right? And like Rod, I was like, okay, even this time, this was my second year hosting, definitely gets better, and I work on it as well. But yeah, it's real, and I think as you keep doing it, as you keep pushing your boundaries, getting comfortable with the uncomfortable, I think it gets better. And every time you do doubt yourself, even this time I was like, oh, I had this all prepared, I had a script, and none of that I spoke about. I missed this, and then people came and told me how wonderful I did. I'm like, okay, it's okay. It's okay if I didn't hit some of the points. So yeah, Rod, I totally hear you that sometimes it does creep in to say that, I didn't do as best as I could, but it's okay. It's okay. I think Edward, you said that. It's okay.
It's about putting out the effort. I think putting out the effort and putting effort into growing or maturing in whatever that thing is. This may sound silly, but I'm a runner, and I attribute what I do in that respect to how I run. So after a certain mile, you kind of just go to a different place. You can run these major miles by just going to another place in your brain. And it's the same way with public speaking for me, right? I get nervous every time that I do it, but it's almost like I go to a different place when I'm doing that speaking. And then I come back from that afterwards and people are like, hey, that was great. I'm like, what did I say? I have no clue.
I can relate. I'm a big
Rod, you said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I can relate. I try to ground everything you're running. Like, no matter how many races I've won.
Me too.
And I'm nervous at that start line. Am I going to poop out the first half mile? Is something going to go wrong? And then about a mile or so in, the other brain, the confident brain comes in. You've done all the work. You've done all the training. You've done your research, and then, I got to present tomorrow downtown. I have to go talk to very influential kids. So
you might want to run there instead just to get ahead of it.
These college kids are vicious. So
in your suit.
Yeah, Rod and Edward, both of I'm a runner as well. I'm a long distance runner. I'm not sure if you are short distance or long distance runner, but honestly, it totally resonated. One thing is, as a runner, especially a long distance runner for me, when I trained for my full marathons, it was the first time I truly understood the meaning of the mind-body connection that people talk about. Up to 10 miles, it's your body kind of doing it. And after the 10 miles, it's not your body anymore. Your brain takes over, your mind takes over, and that is what pushes you, right? So I could truly see that shift of the mind-body connection and how powerful the mind is. But also to your other thing, as a runner, the other thing I learned is that compete with yourself. I always runners compete with themselves. You want to improve your personal record, right? It's not about others. It's not about, it's you improving your personal record. And I don't know if any of you are familiar with Six Sigma and Lean, right? Philosophies. And Lean has this concept of try to improve yourself even by 1%. That's awesome, right? So those things really help keep me grounded and want me to do better, because 1% efficient, 1% automation, 1% learning something, right? Every day, if we can just opt for that 1%, it's not overwhelming, but then it accumulates and you really have a good amount of growth. So as a runner, and all these things do help in real life, both at work and at home.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And my wife, she hates to hear me trying to make everything a running story, right? I get it. And both Rod and I are long distance runners, so we totally can relate.
Oh, you are awesome. Awesome.
Yeah. Well,
We should
and there's a
exchange
reason
notes
for
on
that. There's a reason for that. Edward and I are both getting older, so we can't race anymore. So it's about that 1% now. If we can just improve 1%, we feel pretty good. Yeah.
1%.
Yeah.
Or I slow my deprecation and degradation by 1%. So you got to look at it the other way. You know, I'm still faster than more people that were faster in front of me. There you go.
There you go. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. More people behind me than they were in front of me. So there you go. We're good with that.
Yep.
I don't know where we are for time because we actually have an external showmaster going on. We want to make sure we're respectful of your time.
Oh, we've got about 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Renuka, thank you so much for being here. I truly appreciate it. This has been great. Maybe if we had like one additional question that we could kind of end on. Anyone have that one? Let's think about it. Maybe we need to pull it out of a hat.
She came here. She brought all the answers with her. You know,
she did, right?
Renuka, you are now speaking to the future women workforce in security. They're coming out of college. They're coming out of university. What advice would you give them to start breaking in and succeeding at that, just after post-secondary stage?
That is a good one. If I was to give advice to the younger crowd, I would say, because I wish I had more of this when I started, focus on building confidence early on, and trusting your instincts. I think this thing that we talk about, that, be yourself, be your true self, be authentic self, is actually true. And I think if we learn about that early in the cycle, oh gosh, I think we'll all be so much better. So that would be first thing I'd say, that focus on building confidence and trusting your gut, trusting your instincts, and bring your authentic self to the table. Don't worry about how you're perceived by others. I know it's easier said than done, especially early in the career, but know that you are unique. You have your own ideas, unique perspectives and values that you bring, and that is your greatest strength. So feed that, nurture that, believe in that. So that's number one. Number two, I would say early on, seek mentorship and allyship, right? That wasn't a thing I knew when I started. I thought I had to do everything by myself. I'm learning by myself. I'm doing this. You can truly accelerate your learning and growth by having the right mentors, coaches, and allies. So create your board of directors, like we talked about, right? Early on in the career. I think that is going to really be helpful. And I think we talked about being intentional. Be intentional about it. I wasn't that intentional early in my career, right? It is helpful if you are. The third thing I would say is, and I'm still working on it, but I would say early in your life, start being intentional about setting time for what I refer to as deep thinking, strategic thinking, and fostering innovation, right? So sometimes we are so involved in the go, this is my tactical stuff, I keep going, my days are so busy that we don't extract ourselves to do that deep thinking. And every phase of life, there's deep thinking involved. It could look different when you are in your 20s versus 30s, 40s, 50s, but be intentional about taking that at least 10%, 15% of your week for this deep strategic thinking, innovative thinking that is a little bit away from what you need to do tactically day to day. And be curious. Again, I think these are things that Microsoft has taught us, but I think they so mean, I tell my kids, the growth mindset, the being curious, the continuous learning, all of this is really going to set you up for success. It looks like, jargons and cliched, but it truly isn't. I really believe in the growth mindset, being curious, right? Being eager to learn, and continuous learning will help. So those are the things I would tell my the younger crew coming in.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
it looks like you found
self-reflection and advice. I really appreciate you answering that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And it looks like you found your kind of your deep thinking space, or your safe space to do that deep thinking, and you're running. I'm sure everybody kind of needs to
Definitely
find
helps.
their thing. Everybody needs to find their thing, that thing where they can get that type of deep thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
it's-
also a book called Deep Thinking. So if
yeah.
anybody's interested, highly recommend that. So take a look at it, audiobook or, read a
what
book.
was the name of it again?
Deep Thinking.
It's the second time I've heard that referral this week. I think that's a sign. From
It
the University of
is.
Michigan.
Is that by Gary Kasparov? Is that the one?
Yes, that sounds about right. Yes.
Yeah. He was on a radio show or something, or somebody was talking about it in one of my podcasts.
Put that in the show notes.
Yep.
Yeah. And what I started doing from listening to the deep thinking is in my calendar, one of my directs calls it defensive calendaring. But yeah, block time for focus time, deep thinking, strategic thinking, and it's non-negotiable, right? That, try that if that helps, because we're all so busy. We kind of keep going with our day-to-day stuff that if we don't really put that deep thinking time, it could be difficult.
Yeah, I can relate. I feel that wholeheartedly. Dog walks
Well,
now. I'm not listening to podcasts. I'm just not listening to anything, and I'm walking
There
my
you go.
dog, and I'm thinking. And it's been much better lately. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to take that to heart.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for your time today, Renuka. I truly appreciate it. You and I just kind of met first time one-on-one. Was it last week or a couple weeks ago? And since then, I've had quite a bit of thought about what you're doing internally and things, and I think it's super important. I think more people need to know about it. Edward mentioned that it was standing room only, but I think it should be like 3 or 4 rooms potentially. Maybe we can work on that for next year or something. But thank you so much for your input today, and the information that you shared. I truly appreciate it. I think it was a great way to end our first day-long event for this. So.
Yes.
Wow. Congratulations, folks. That's a big undertaking. Congratulations to you all.
And it's successful because right now just ideas are coming out of my head about next year. I think I gave you one yesterday, Rod. Oh yeah, we can really make this something next year. I love this. And,
we truly appreciate it. We may have to partner in the future.
I would love that.
Yeah, we were talking on our hosts here that we do want to do a hybrid version of this, eventually, because I think it's that super important. But as Heike mentioned in the previous session, sometimes it's good just to merge ideas and work with the existing communities instead of trying to do something yourself. So I definitely think that's something we're going to have to work on together. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fight the urge to be the first all the time, right? If someone, we're getting measured on that, right?
The 3 circles of impact, right?
So we really need to be deliberate on trying to do that. Yeah. Partner with some folks. You don't have to get all the shine yourself. You can share the shine. There you go.
Absolutely.
Share the shine. There we go.
Love it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Renuka.
Thank you. Thank you all for being such amazing hosts. I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me.
Well, for the people listening in, we will have you on the show for Purview here shortly. So
that's going to happen.
Keep your inbox
great.
open for that.
Great.
Thank you. We have a great day.
Take care. Bye now.
Thank you.
All
Nice.
right.
Nailed
Noodle
it,
says,
team.
Thank you. Noodle's been on the whole time, all day. Can you believe
Noodle,
that? Noodle,
Mac Noodle, Noodle, Mac Noodle.
Yeah.
Well,
I think we should we have like a half hour left just for us. Maybe we should just go back through our day. For each guest that we had, maybe I don't know. Talk about maybe your favorite thing from each one. We can kind of go around the horn.
You folks start. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that I do it, but I never gave a name to it. And sometimes if you don't give a name to a task or an action or a habit, it doesn't give it a validity. But that defensive calendaring, you got to protect your calendar. You know,
right.
I'm finding now that people will. It's gotten so bad that even if you have your calendar saying busy, people still try to book over. You just have to absolutely book out of office or do not disturb. So
even when you do that, sometimes they're just like
defensive calendaring. Calendaring. You know what? I'm writing that down. Defensive calendar.
Yeah.
Now
it's like that Seinfeld episode where George was just looking perturbed all the time, just to make it look like he's busy.
Yep. And the other thing is what Heike said. Don't be creative in your creativity. If other people are doing it, offer help and help build up the thing to start it rather than trying to create a net new one, and then you have a bunch of rub and all that other stuff, right? Because everybody's trying to compete to be first to do the same thing that someone's already done.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I'm a big admirer of other people's work. I love to see when other people succeed and go look at their work, because there's an opportunity to emulate and take the good things that person. You don't have to be that person. I like that particular aspect of the way Ray does something, right? I go do it. Like one thing Ray really gets out there in the community, and Ray is, self-investing. There you go. That's like one of the terms you said, self-investing. I used to be that way all the time, but I think the time piece is what's eating me up. I fall into a bad habit of becoming a habitual saying yes, over committer. That has to stop. That's doing that to me, getting me in trouble. So stop doing that. Yep. You see how dark it's got here?
Yeah, it looks like it's nighttime.
Cinematic.
If my light's on now, if I turn the light off,
you'll be all right.
Oh yeah, I'm watching. I love storms. I'm not saying it from a position of trepidation. I like a good tornado.
A position of trepidation. I love it. I've written down so many good lines. We had Donna saying permutations of drama. I was like, that is like my tagline. There, a position of trepidation. I was that is also how I sometimes approach things. And then I dismiss it. I was like, I do not want to have a position of trepidation here.
Like this. I had nothing to do with it. I'm good. Keep me out of it. And go that route. Brody, you're back.
Hi.
Yeah, I really liked how Donna is able to take complex topics and make them very easy and understandable in the stories she tells. I love that's like a storybook, right? It's awesome.
I like that she was very much what you see is what you get, but that was the common thread here of showing up authentically and say your work. Just because you're a work in progress doesn't mean you also can't be a work of art, right? And so I think that if we had to distill all of our speakers, right, and then like this common theme of understand where you are shining. What was the shine quote? Oh, I didn't get to write it. Share the shine, right? But you have this very keen awareness of where your strengths are, how you are maybe the shining star in a constellation, and there are areas where you can maybe be a little bit more brilliant and you learn from others, but don't hide that as though it's shameful, right? Owning that you're incredible in these arenas, and you're working on flexing a particular skill or muscle or whatever it is. I think that is way more impactful, more relatable. And that's actually, what was it? The Trent test of how to tell what's human, because it's that imperfection is very, it's a draw. People, it's engaging for folks and they feel safer with it.
Yeah. One of the three most powerful words that have helped me is I don't know. I don't know. It saved me in arguments. Like, dude, saved me my marriage. I don't know. So using that too. And being curious without having to be an expert. To all the cybersecurity people that are still listening to the show, I know we're talking about women in cyber, but there were some career tidbits. I think that we get senior in our careers and or successful, we believe there's nothing to be learned. I really have picked up a particular interest in Purview because I've had to be engaged in it. But when you start talking about the product, I have to learn to peel back the people who've been doing it for so long. They're really good. They come from these industries where Purview is just a tool. They are the compliance, they are the regulations, they are the framework experts, and Purview is a tool that they use to be able to navigate these complex requirements and things. I'm interested. It's actually pretty cool to see what people do not know about their data. They just do not know. I got to show you some tricks I picked up on one of these YouTube things about what you could do with 360 Copilot. And I started ran it at work. And my eyes got just like, that's like, nah, that can't be real. Do it again. So, but we definitely got to get a Purview person on, or Purview people on to combat it and make it so it's not a one-part show. I think it has enough weight and enough things behind it that we can do it. Rod, do we have a Purview episode for Tech Heavy Month? I think we're almost booked out for Tech Heavy Month. We're going into
we are almost booked out for Tech. For those that don't know what that is, as we mentioned earlier in the day, Microsoft Security Insight show streams live at 5 o'clock every Monday. Next month is our what we call Tech Heavy Month, in that every guest that comes on, it's demo heavy, right? So you can either join us live and watch the demos and get that goodness, or watch the live replay after. But I don't believe we have, well, you know what? Maybe we do have Purview. I have to double check. Speaking of Purview, let me see if I can share this real quick.
Need a Purview perspective.
Perspective. See if you can see this. Hey, Dan, put that up on the screen if you can. If that, yeah. So I had this Security Copilot prompt today, which I thought was really interesting. Literally track sensitive data movement across the organization using Microsoft Purview tools, suggest policies to reduce exposure. Look what this came up with in the data that I have. Employee ID was shared 10 times. Social security number 8. Taxpayer identification number 8. Whatever. Oh, that's an internal project, by the way. But it produced all this information. This stuff actually exists in Purview.
Which is why I tell it is one of those data technologies that you're not having to deal with something that seems, like I said, is abstract. It's not there. It is. I think I found something. Now I have to go back and do the proof with certain, like put into and everything. Yeah, I found it, and here it is. Here is Brody's Canadian identification number. Is that what it is, Brody?
Social insurance number. But yeah, you're right. Your country's ID.
Social safety net number, yes. And and it's there. And so you don't have to go back and sort of guess where, what we could have exposed this number. No, it's there. I can see it. So super excited about the Purview day. I'm actually going to go ahead and drop a little bit early because I want to go watch these trees while they're leaning sideways against the house out here.
Send pictures. Yeah.
You know what? I will.
You should.
Pictures.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Insurance pictures. So to everybody, I will drop from our celebration of Women in Cybersecurity Month. We came to a great grand finale with some outstanding guests. It seems like my 3 co-hosts and buddies will still be here. So please send your questions in. And Rod, when is the next regular scheduled show?
Next Monday at 5 p.m. Give me a second. I can tell you who it is. Actually, we have a partner on the first for Tech Heavy Month called Cyclotron.
Oh, Cyclotron.
Someone that used to work at Microsoft now works at Cyclotron, and so that company's coming on. I think it's going to be interesting.
They'll be on. And they come
Fun fact, cousin of Voltron.
Yeah. They come on to talk about their Microsoft. They're coming on to talk about their Okta to Microsoft Entra migration solution.
Right.
So Mr. Nathan Berger, whom I met at the GBB offset, he's really good. And their president is Amber Barrar, something like that. He used to be a Microsoft guy. So Cyclotron's been trying to get on the show. The reason that they're on is because a friend of the show is one of their principal consultants, Mr. Gary Bushy, who reached out to us. So be able to see it.
And his last name is not a joke.
It's not a joke. Gary Bushy.
Also, the next month, we talked to when Donna was on earlier. If you caught that, we talked about agentic AI. We were going deep into agentic AI, particularly for security in May. So those
We're having
listeners
partners.
that
We have 3 confirmed.
Yeah, one more to go.
Of the 5 premier partners with their agentic solutions. And I am going to run down the other 2 to get a confirmation. Big shout out to James Key for introducing us to those partners who were highlighted in having their agentic offerings alongside Microsoft's agents. So stay tuned in May for Partner Month. We're going to have these 5 partners come on to Copilot Island and see who gets voted off Security Copilot Island. We're going to work that way.
Do it, Brody.
I see everyone.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been a wonderful day. Thank you to our guests, and stay tuned for more Microsoft Security Insights show. Thank you.
Where can we get that? At ak.ms/getmsi show.
Or just go to MicrosoftSecurityInsights.com. You can do that.
Yeah, and ignore the safe browser warning. We're legit.
Yeah, because
we're going to get that fixed sooner or later.
Yeah, get that fixed, Edward.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm gonna try. I gotta go to cloud.
It's a storm, Brody.
I know.
You're
You're excused. Take care.
I appreciate it. Bye.